thirsty lips. We quake with the ship and just wait and see how long it will be before I'm asking for the sea. Until at last the ocean is gone and I look upon the mess I have made. How long will it take before I'm begging for the rain? So I'm left to soak in shivering bones, and you'd be so kind to press yours to mine. Sure as hell I'll beg for fire. And when the flames have taken your home and all that you've owned and all that you've made, how long will it take before I'm pleading for some more, all that I'll ever know is me. And all that I'll ever need is more. Until there is nothing left to take, and all that I'll ever take is it all. It's all I know.
Hello, what's up, everybody? Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. 10 bucks, JR, Shazar, Enktar, Tioma, Seraphin, Firidon, Doomed, Redshirt, Heroes and Diamonds, Bryboot, Khaled, Solipsist. Hope everybody's doing good. It is Monday, May 18th, 2026. We're gonna play some Mass Effect. Let's see. What's up, MIT? How are you doing today? Egg, good to see you. Am I enjoying the game? Yes. Very much so. I'm pretty sure I've switched my monitor. 60 frames. I did. This is an important date. Every day is important. Sure. I don't know if May 18th more important than others, but not gee. Right. Has anyone been playing Subnautica 2? How are we enjoying that? I've seen a bunch of people streaming it. I'm avoiding any and all streams of Subnautica 2, and I'm avoiding seeing anything for the foreseeable future because I'm gonna wait until it comes out of early access. So I still need to play Below Zero, which is something we need to schedule in the somewhat near future. Although, I hear it's gonna take a couple years, Bryboot. So I'm trying to think of, you know, how do I make Below Zero carry me through the release of 1.0 for Subnautica 2. Probably need to wait until next year or something, I don't know. Forza 6 drops on Game Pass in about 5 hours. Yeah, I watched a little bit of it yesterday. Seems nice. Nice. It's a holiday here in Canada. La Journée Nationale des Patriotes. Provincial holiday, the rest of Canada celebrates something else. I see. Why are you guys not independent already, Zia? Come on. Outside of Quebec, it's Victoria Day. You could be your own little country in the middle of North America, just like Switzerland in the middle of Europe. It's not that bad. You would also have a national dish made of cheese and potatoes, just like us. Great. a whole history class. How long do you have? No, I'm very. I'm not, I'm not an expert on the topic, but I'm very aware of it. I had a lot of friends from Quebec when I was younger. In the early 2000s, I played Ultima Online on a private server that was located in Quebec. It was a French private server, and everyone on there was from Quebec. And I played on that server for, I don't know, almost a year. That's when I first learned how to make poutine with the ingredients I had available to me. And then, heard all the, learned a lot about the Quebec culture and Montreal is a very cool city. Yeah, it's interesting because I already had a sort of liking for Montreal and Quebec in general, because when I was younger, much younger even than that, like in the early mid 90s, when I was playing NHL on my Super Nintendo, I was always playing Montreal because our local team, the closest city to where I am, that has a hockey team in Switzerland, has basically the same logo. It's inspired, I think, from Montreal's logo. Like it basically has the same sort of logo as Montreal. So when I was playing NHL, I was like, oh, that looks like, our local team's logo. I'm gonna play this. And so that's how I, sort of started getting interested in the NHL and learning about Quebec and Montreal. Yeah, I mean, nowadays we have all like the ingredients imported, like you can find all this stuff. But back in the day, I had to make do with what we had here, which the cheese was the hardest part, but good cheese curds are very hard to find. That's true. That's true. Nowadays, you can also, like, a lot of restaurants actually make poutine. There's this Christmas market that happens every year in Montreux, which some of you might have heard of. It's a very famous city. I used to go there every year, up until like pretty much the pandemic. That's when I stopped going. And they always have this little like Quebec food stand that makes poutine. I always loved going that every year. With like it was like an actual like dude from Quebec holding the stand, so it was as authentic as could be, I guess. But yeah, speaking of that hockey team that I was mentioning, they actually won their first title this year. After 40 plus years of existence, they won their first title, and it was on the retirement year, the final year of our most likely best, at least most famous player ever, who always played for the same team. He was born in a village literally 5 minutes away from here. And always played for the local team, and it was his last, retirement game, and they won the title on that final game 7 in the finals. That was a pretty intense, hockey season for the region here. And as a kid who loved watching them and loved following that team back in the 90s and even a lot of the 2000s, I was very happy that they finally won. watched every game of the finals. Yeah, I've heard about some of the nonsense in Alberta. I have a friend who's from the region, and I've heard some of it. I'm surprised it's not happening more, considering, you know, the current political situation in North America, but I'm surprised Texas is not trying to separate from the rest of the United States, for instance. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't speak too soon. Maybe that's still something that's, you know, happening eventually. $10. Thank you for the tier 3 resub. 48 months. That's 4 years, if my math is correct. Jesus. Thank you, $10. Crazy. I appreciate you very much. It's one of the biggest tier 3 streaks we have on this channel, I think. Along with Brainy, probably. I don't know how far Brainy is. Hold on. Let's see. I could probably scroll and find him pretty quickly. It's not that like there's a ton of alerts lately. Yeah, there he is. 47. Oh, you're a little ahead of Brainy. It appears. $10. I wonder if you're the biggest ongoing tier 3. What's Solid Snake at? 39, yeah. Goose is at 46. Oh, wait. Brainy's at 47, actually. As of the other day. There's some longer going streaks, but not tier 3. What a noob. Is field hockey a thing in your country? Not really, no. Inline hockey is like on you know, like concrete rings with skates. That's a big thing. In fact, my village has a team down in the fields. Hear them through the woods sometimes. You can hear when they're like doing match days, or you can hear the crowd. Yeah, Hector, your last resub was I mean, probably the day I came back, which means it's not going to be very indicative of anything. I actually can't find you. For some reason. Weird. Unless you're not using the resub thing. The button. I don't know. Yeah, that was the day that I came back. You can tell things are rough when I can just scroll down twice and I'm already like more than a week ago on the list. What a struggle bus this year has been. I've never heard the term maple MAGA, but that sounds deliciously terrifying. I love maple syrup. But the terrifying part takes precedence, unfortunately. Whoa, my brain was looking for a controller, but I'm not playing with a controller. Yeah, well, in any case, Engthar, it doesn't matter. All tiers matter, all kinds of support matters, even if it's just watching the show without being subbed. I appreciate it. Bigoted but delicious, yeah. Maple MAGA. In fact, it's an insult to Maple. Maple deserves better as a tree. All right, let's see. I said yesterday I was going to sleep over my decisions and figure out what I was going to do. Turns out I still don't know. I didn't think about it. I was very tired yesterday. I think I want to do some of those side quests. I think that's a smart decision. But I think I'm gonna go make my way to this one, find Liara Tassoni before Saren finds her, to Artemis Tau, and I will try to see if there's quests I can do on the way to there. Let's see. Okay, so I need to make my way all the way there. This is the path. So we could stop here first and then figure out what's on the way. I don't know what that is because I'm pretty sure I don't have a mission there. But it's marked as a mission. I wonder if it's a DLC thing, maybe. I don't know. Best music in the game? This music is really good, yeah. I like it. Oh, I just realized the galaxy is actually animated. You can see a faint hint of... Oh, actually, never mind. The stars are not moving, but there's like... There's a rotation on the sort of cloud layer that's on top, like the nebula dust or whatever, which gives it the impression of a rotation, but the actual stars are not rotating, I don't think. Yeah. Looks good. So, I don't know, is this... Yeah, this could be some kind of DLC stuff. Asgard. Utopia. Exodus Cluster. Travel to another system. Okay, so those are clusters, and then you have systems with different stars in the clusters, and then I'm assuming planets around them. If this is indeed DLC, I'm not sure if I want to do that right away, though. What's up, Nartshelm? For the future, please do not tell me information like that. Unfortunately, I read it this time. But yeah, I do not want to know anything. But yeah, if it is indeed DLC, I'm gonna hold off on it, probably. I mean, if it's available, it probably means you can do it, and that doesn't really matter, but it just doesn't feel correct to do DLCs early in the game. I don't know why. It's like that situation Nasrallah had during Kingdom Come Deliverance, right? When he did one of the DLCs very early in the game, and it was completely disruptive of the experience. So I'm a little worried when it comes to those packages where they throw everything together and maybe there's not that much consideration put into it. Any type of, it's not technically backseating, but it's information about the game that I don't have. You know, the game's not giving me that information. Any information's off limits by the rules of our channel. Like if the game said, you know, DLC like next to it, then fine, the game tells me it's DLC, right? That's information that the game is feeding me. If it's not written, I don't know. I mean, I guess, you know, I could know that if, I don't know, if I looked up the game's DLC list, it probably would be in there, but I don't do that. I don't like any information. But yeah, I appreciate you understanding. Not a huge deal in this case. It's just, we have to have a pretty strict line, because if you give any sort of space, some people will find a way to use that space to backseat you sneakily. I just noticed you can see other galaxies in the background. That's kind of cool. Very nice. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna skip this. We have a bunch of stuff to do in Hades Gamma though, right? Antaeus, Farinata, only two? Antaeus and Farinata, let's see, hold on. Farinata, the hostage situation. Fanatical biotics in the Hades Gamma cluster have kidnapped the chairman of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies and are holed up in a direct fighter in the Farinata system. That seems like a nice small-scale mission, right? We've heard that on the radio, I'm pretty sure, in the Citadel's elevators. That seems like a nice little first mission to take on. And is that the second one? Yeah, in the NTS system, a missing survey team. News vids indicate a survey team in the Hades Gamma cluster recently dropped out of contact. That could be another nice little thing we do over there. Some, like, radio information, you know? Artemis Tau, that's also in, Yeah, okay. And then on the way to the main quest here, we can do the Kahoku mission that relates to, I think, is that related to the Bane stuff? I think it might be, right? Oh yeah, the recon team was trying to find Bane's ship. Or what happened to him. Somewhere else. And that's somewhere else. Okay, well, we have a plan. Man, I wish I was taking notes. I'm just, every day I'm like, oh god, I wish I was taking notes. Because the codex doesn't, you know, remember all that. What's up, Shepard? How do I do this? I could have a limited... Should I be taking notes? Am I making a mistake? Not taking notes for the entire first week? It's not too late to start. It's just, you know. At first I figured with the codex I'm not gonna have to. but the codex doesn't keep track of characters, doesn't keep track of, you know. Yeah, Credo, but I was also happy to play a game where I didn't have to take notes. A lot of work. How mad would you be at Paz Daniel for not taking notes? I mean, I'm already a little upset at Paz Daniel for not taking notes. We've already had a situation where I was like, I'm not 100% sure I remember what this character was involved in with the Bane situation. I was like, hold on, what was that about again? What's up, Frosty Demon? The game feels... The first stream or so, I was feeling the jank quite a bit. And I felt like the game was resisting me in a lot of ways. Like, button mapping was a bit of a nightmare. Once that was sorted out, I don't know, for the past week now, it's been pretty smooth. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Yeah, so if I wanted to take notes, I would probably have to go back to my VODs and start, you know, I would probably have to go back to my VODs and start also, like, catching up off stream, of course, but I would have to catch up on help me understand the gel character in the leftovers. I'm gonna delete that Zoitsu just so that it doesn't spoil anyone who hasn't seen the show, and then I'll click on it so I can read it. If you don't want to get spoilers for the leftovers, don't click that message, everyone. I think you'll get it eventually, Zoitsu. Just put yourself in the shoes of a teenager in a world that functions the way it does, where things happen the way they did, with what happened to her family, with what... But there's still so much you don't know, also. Keep watching. Think of her character under the lens of, you know, trauma and there's a lot there. It'll make sense eventually. Yeah, I think Jill is a very interesting character. She's not Nora, but she's interesting. Nora's my favorite character in the show. I think she's probably one of the best characters I've ever seen on TV. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen nothing yet, let me tell you. Jesus. What a show. Okay. Very interesting over the trilogy. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what that looks like overall, right? Like, because so much stuff is... I mean, obviously it would be pretty light compared to what I usually do in terms of note-taking, because everything that's in the codex, I wouldn't have to, you know... Unless I could, like, I could take small notes of, like, refer to the codex, for instance, right? If something... There's something I want to keep fresh in my mind, but the information is in the codex, I could just make a little reference to it. But it's mostly for character stuff, right? And just general organizing. I don't know. Very indecisive when it comes to those notes. What's up, Redacted? How are you doing today? That music is really good too. You know what? I think I'm gonna resist a little more. I'm gonna resist the drive to take notes, which is very strong with me all the time. Because if I'm gonna catch up on my notes and I'm gonna have to go back in the VODs, it's gonna be something I'll do over the weekend, probably. So we'll see how I feel at the end of the week. And if at the end of the week I feel like I need notes, I'm gonna take some time this weekend to just go over the VODs and really start taking a lot of notes. See, I'm already feeling like I'm regretting that decision right now. Some of you that are new for the Mass Effect stuff, you don't understand how important this decision is, because, you know, you don't know what it means to take notes around here. Let me give you a taste so that you understand kind of stuff that's happening around there. It took more than 10 seconds for my computer to open the the blueprints notes. Alright, here are my blueprints notes. Yep, no, it keeps going. Yep, no, it keeps going. Yep. Plenty of screenshots of all the stuff that I find in the game. And this is just like, you think, you know, you think, oh, well, it's just some screenshots, right? But then when you zoom in, and you can see that there's a ton of, like, you know, notes and, like, text that you couldn't even see when it zoomed out. All, like, just the corner up here has, like, a shit ton of text and notes of, you know, various things. And yeah, those are my blueprints notes, Egg. So yeah, when we take notes around here, we do it well, you know. Were you a detective in the past life? I don't know, maybe. Not sure. This is what I would find in the home of a serial killer? No, this is what they find in the home of the detective that is looking for the serial killer. Want to see the Elden Ring ones? Let's see. I don't think the Elden Ring ones are that crazy yet. Oh, well, okay. May have spoken too soon, hold on. Those are the Elden Ring ones. Less screenshots, but a lot more text, right? We have notes about, like, all the characters and the, you know. And this is just like what we've played of the game so far, which is not very much. We need to return to Elden Ring at some point. There's a lot. We still have to play in Elden Ring. Yeah, a few screenshots. There's a to-do list that's going to be very useful when we return to the game. Yeah, anyway. That is why it's not a light decision for me to decide to take notes or not for Mass Effect. It's not a small decision. Obviously, again, the Mass Effect has the codex, so I won't have to take notes about all the lore, which is already, you know, it's already very much of a relief. But something about the characters that I'm worried about not keeping track of. I've been enjoying the free-flowing gameplay without notes here. Me too! As a matter of fact, me too. But there is a part of me that feels like I do need to keep track of at least some things with the characters. It would be much faster, probably. I don't know. Let's see. What does that look like? So if I save as Mass Effect, let's do that. Ashley cannot tell the aliens from the animals, yeah. I think setting won't be a big thing because most of it is in the codex. So like that's my default, you know, like sort of starting page when it's empty and I don't know what the game's gonna be about. I always have those like main settings here behind my face. Characters, plot, setting, themes, checklist. Those are typically the thing. Like checklist could be anything from like order of missions or whatever stuff I need to remember. But typically then when I start playing the game, I adjust the notes for them to in this case, the main thing I do want is a which could be a checklist, but I'm gonna mention that as like a mission order. That's something I would love to actually take notes. Maybe I'll do like a very light version of my usual note taking, which is just a few things that I really don't want to forget. I might even not bring it up on screen. It's just gonna be like a me thing, you know. Can we discuss what's happening as you play, or does that fall into information? I mean, that's hard to answer, Frosty. Like, you can... If something's happening on the screen, you're like, oh my god, this was amazing, like, that's fine, right? But if you say anything about what's happening on the screen, that might give me information that I don't know, or something that I didn't understand, or whatever, right? Like, then it crosses the line, right? So it's hard for me to answer that. You can react emotionally to what's happening, right? That's fine. But you can't, for instance, you can't speculate about what's happening on the screen. If there's a mystery, if you see things happening, you can't speculate like, oh, I wonder if this thing is related to that thing, right? So it's hard for me to answer that question. That's a feel thing. You if you hang out and you see how the channel works, you eventually get a sense for what you can say and can't. Okay, so UNC hostage into UNC. Which one was it? Survey team? Yeah. Missing survey team into find Liara. Oh no, first UNC Unk. I just noticed it writes Unk. Missing Marines and find Liara to Sony. See, now I don't have to think too much anymore. I know the order of things. Unless more quests get added. And this would be in the Hades Gamma cluster. And this will be in the Artemis Tau cluster. Right, okay. Good. Now I know what I'm doing. What's up, Clip Turn? Yeah, I don't want to... For now, I'm not convinced about, like, extensive note-taking, but I want to at least keep track of... There's so many, like, side missions, and I sort of want to explore the world in a way that makes sense, like, geographically speaking. So having an order in which I'm going to do things, I think that's pretty good. So now I know I need to go to the Hades Gamma cluster, for instance. How great is that? And I know, I know what orders I'm gonna do things. The Hades Gamma cluster. And we're first gonna go to the Farinata system. I didn't take note of that, but I remember that's where the hostage situation is happening. Yeah, hostage situation sounds pretty urgent. Let's go there first. Do you take notes when you play a game by yourself? Is it only a stream thing? Oh yeah, I do. No, this is... Almost nothing that I do is a stream thing. It's just how I play games. You just get to see it. You get to witness it. But that is very much how I play games when I'm by myself. And instead of talking to you guys in chat, when I'm playing game on my own, I participate in other chats on Twitch, for instance. Like I'm watching someone on the side and I'm talking, so I take just as many breaks. I'm just as slow. And, I'm taking notes and I'm just hanging out in areas, listening to the music for 30 minutes as I'm having a conversation on a friend's Twitch channel or something. It is extremely similar. I just don't have a light and a camera on me. Is the entire difference, I guess. So like, here's the thing, Egg. I don't look at any lists of things, right? I don't have, I never look at like achievements and stuff like that, for instance. So I wouldn't know if I'm missing things. Basically, I typically, unless it's a super open world and at some point I'm like tired of doing open world stuff and I just want to get the game done, and then I'm ignoring some of the side stuff. But in a game like this, for instance, yeah, I plan on doing every side mission, for now at least. And I think my playstyle lends itself to being somewhat, completionist. But like, I'm not gonna look at lists or make sure I don't miss anything. The unspoiled experience is still the #1 directive, so it's gonna lead to missing things as well, right? And I wouldn't know. No. I'm gonna do everything I know exists. That's usually what happens is I do everything that I'm aware of or become aware of in the game. Yeah, but I'm not hunting for like achievement. I never look at achievements. I don't know what achievements I have. I've never in my life looked at a single achievement list to make sure I was doing it. It's just not a thing I do. I couldn't care less about achievements. They don't mean anything to me. I don't know if it's because I grew up in an era where they didn't exist, and that's how I learned to play video games. I don't know what it is. I have never a single day in my life cared about an achievement. Yeah, I'm excited about the Intergalactic Frosty. It's definitely one of the games that I'm most excited about in the near future. Definitely gonna stream that one. Yeah, that nebula is really cool. It's very chaotic. Feels like a lightning storm. I like that. All right, our first actual trip in the galaxy. We're going to the Farinata system. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to hit FTL speeds. Oh shit. We're finally undocking from the Citadel 1 week later. Eating the mass relay. Beautiful. Alright, we're in the Farinata system. And that's the MSV Ontario, which I think is... what we need to check for it. There's a bunch of other planets. Can I do anything about that? Hold on, every planet... okay, hold on. There's lore about every single planet in the game? Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Oh boy. Get comfy in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, White Wolf? What's up, Kuma? Facehugger, good to see you. True Crime Streets of LA, like a 2003 GTA clone. There were 30 collectibles scattered around a massive open wall. Didn't have internet as a kid. Went to a library and printed out a 30 pages guide for each location. That's funny. Alright, well, let's start on the furthest one from them, I guess. So that's the hostage situation, right? The MSV Ontario. Let's see, Nepnu. With a rare, I mean, I guess my camera is in a bad spot here, but there's not much I can do about that, unfortunately. If we were at the bottom, it would be annoying for a lot of other things, right? Actually, I don't know. Is there a lot of stuff on the bottom right? Oh, I guess when during the combat, I would be in front of like the character stuff, I think. Hold on. Oh yeah, there's the radar down there. Yeah, that's pretty important. Yeah, I mean, it's never gonna be perfect. We're never gonna be able to avoid everything. Oh, now that I'm here, hold on. There's something I wanted to check. What does it look like from the helm? We're in space! Oh, remember when I thought that it looked like we were inside something? I think those are just the reflections of the inside of the ship, actually. Oh yeah, it is. But it's okay, it's very interesting because the way it's rendered in the game, it's very clear that space is just a very small box around the model of the ship. The way they've rendered it, like I can tell it's a very small box with a space texture on it. You can tell by the way it moves. And the reflection looks like it's behind it. Like the reflection of the ship looks bigger than the box that's around. Yeah, that, you know, I'm not blaming the game. It's a 2007 game, right? They did the best they could with what they had at the time, but it's kind of funny the way it looks. It's not the most immersive looking space I've ever seen from the inside. That's pretty funny though. Some company is gonna realize they can just make a $200 60 FPS Roblox Fortnite machine with internet connectivity and make a killing. That's pretty much a Switch, right? It's just more than a Fortnite machine. Is Fortnite even on the Switch? I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, I mean, maybe someone could make literally just like a Fortnite Roblox. Although Fortnite's kind of on the decline right now. There's still a lot of players, don't get me wrong. But it is on the decline, like it's past its peak. But yeah, like release a very simple portable PC that's pretty much like a let's say like a Steam Deck Lite that just runs Roblox by default, like pre-installed with Roblox, and you sell that for like $150 to kids. I'm sure you could make a killing with that. But then it begs the question, like if it's a PC and it can run Roblox, can't you just add other stuff and then feature creep, and then it becomes just another, you know, Steam Deck, or like what the Republic of Gamer Asus thing. I don't remember what it's called, but I think at some point you reach that point where you're like, well, if it works, you know, if it can run PC stuff, why not expand our, you know, potential consumer base rather than just focus on one video game? What's up, Rasta? I don't know. Hardware development is a complicated thing, especially these days with, you know, a lot of components being a little more expensive. Anyway, let's learn about Nepnu. With a rare combination of features, Nepnu is of particular interest to the scientific community. Nepnu is a small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. As with all the worlds of Farinata, its surface is scorching hot. The crust mainly consists of silicates laced with iron. Orbital period 302 Earth years. Whoa, that's very slow. Radius 3742 kilometers. Day length 30 Earth hours. Perfect. That's the perfect length of a day. I wish our days were 30 hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.23. Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature 848 Celsius. See that now? That part I'm not sure about. Might be a little hot. And surface gravity 0.27. What is that survey thing? Rare elements surveyed. While scanning this planet, you detected a large deposit of thorium on a nearby moon. I did this, and then I peeked at the side monitor where my face appears on like OBS, and I was like, I just did the kid, you know that meme with the kid that's in front of the computer? You know the meme, right? Xbox Series S was the biggest bargain in gaming for years. I've never been much of an Xbox fan, but yeah, I mean, they're probably pretty good value if you like. If you basically want a less performing PC that doesn't have access to other exclusives, right? For me, I always found the Xbox a hard sell because for me, the machine's just about the games that are available, right? And Xbox was like, well, it's kind of like you get all the games you get on PC, except less. It's like there's all the other PC games that, you know, you need a keyboard and mouse for, like, I don't know, like the games that can play on console, like Tarkov or League of Legends or whatever. And then you don't get all the Sony exclusives. So it was always hard for me to justify getting an Xbox, which is why I never did. I mean, I have an old 360 that I got on, you know, a friend sold me his used one because I wanted to play Lost Odyssey back in the day. So I got an Xbox 360 and Lost Odyssey for that. And turns out I never played Lost Odyssey. I started playing it at the time and then I got busy with work and I never got around to playing the game. But I do have an old 360 that's hanging out somewhere that I got for like $100. Yeah, my combo has always been a good PC and whatever PlayStation's current, right? This way, I've always felt like I'd had access to most of the games that I wanted to play. The only thing I'm missing is I didn't get any of the recent Nintendo portable consoles, right? I didn't get any of the Switches. I had a 3DS that I also got. My cousin sold me as like one of these because he had 5 ones because he gets all like the you know, special editions or whatever. So he sold me one of his standard ones like over 10 years ago because I wanted to play Monster Hunter in my bed. So I got a 3DS back in the day. That's pretty much it. That was my first portable Nintendo console since the first Game Boy, actually. Like the very first Game Boy, the cream one. So what does it mean? I detected a large deposit of thorium on a nearby moon. Okay. What does it mean? Let's see. God damn it, I wish there was a way. Oh shit, we got a whole bunch of stuff. I wish there was a way to go in and like back to the system and the menu without zooming in and out fully every time. It means thank you, Megan. That much I figured. What's up, the beg? Scrolling through streams was drawn in with the music. Hell yeah. I love the Galactic Map music. It's awesome. PS5 was a crazy purchase for me because the last console I owned was the 360, so I get to play all the... Yeah. The PS5 is great value if you've missed a few generations of PlayStation for sure. Like just the PS4 catalog is insane. Hey, Fullburn, how are you doing today? I'm another person that found you through the Disco Elysium playthrough. Well, welcome in. We love your kind here. Honestly, some of the best members of this community have joined through the Disco Elysium playthrough, which I think makes sense. I feel like people who, you know, vibe with Disco Elysium have a good chance of fitting in here for a variety of reasons. Not the least of which, there are probably people that like the slower pace that I play video games at, because Disco is pretty slow paced naturally, right? But yeah, good to have you here. So I got a new entry. Oh, valuable minerals. To maintain its fleet and continue to expand, the Alliance must find new resources wherever it can. You recently surveyed an important deposit and claimed it for the Alliance. There must be more like them in the Traverse. Keep searching for more elements and minerals as you travel. Survey any that you find. Okay, so we need 20 rare earths. We just found some thorium. And then light metals, heavy metals, and gases. Okay, cool. Well, now we know. Now we know. Chilling, listening to the codex entries and theory crafting in the VODs. Hell yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, clip turn. Well, I'm glad you think so. I had a lot of fun with Outer Wilds. It was a very, very particular moment in my life too. So that added to the experience, I think, in unfortunate but somewhat poetic ways. I'm your favorite background noise. I'm choosing to take that as a compliment. And I mean that because a lot of my favorite content creators are basically background noise for me too. So. Geological Survey Systems Alliance. As the human race expands its territory and raises the general standard of living, demand for industrial resources continues to grow. Many planets, moons, and asteroids contain a wealth of resources, but many systems have barely been charted, let alone thoroughly surveyed. Unmanned probes are one solution, but they are often lost to space hazards, unforeseen circumstances, and theft by salvagers. In recent years, AGES, the Alliance Geological Service, has offered bounty to private individuals or teams willing to perform mineralogical surveys on the frontier. The survey data is made publicly available to further corporate development. Due to the cost of travel and the dangers of operating on hostile worlds, it is rarely a profitable endeavor. Light metals, metals with low atomic weight, are often used in the construction of spacecraft and vehicles. Heavy metals, metals with higher atomic weights, are used to construct equipment components. Platinum group elements are particularly useful. Rare earths, most useful material in this category are radioactives or magnets. And gases, which for some reason is not capitalized. That's so funny. Do you need an editor, BioWare? Like, do you need an editor 20 years ago, BioWare? Because past Daniel would do that job at the time. Gases. Various gases are required to support all known forms of sapient life. Some are commonly used as fuel. Yeah, the Codex proofreader was like, whatever. It's just gases, right? Strong physical media trading where I'm from. I can buy PS4 copies for around $10. Hell yeah. Yeah, I wish... I kind of miss the more like physical. The only thing I'm still very much physical media oriented is for books. I cannot make the jump to digital books. I've read a few. I have a e-reader. I can't make the jump fully. I do like a physical book, or like comic, you know, like comic books or whatever. I do like the pages in my hands. But for video games and music, I've made the jump at this point with some regrets, right? I do very much enjoy my physical collection of discs and games, but after moving a few times, I understand the value of digital media, I guess. Even though I do think we're missing a little something in the trade, you know, the trade-off. Oh well. We must, you know, evolve, I guess. Alright, well, that's it for Nepnu. Let's see if John Toma has anything good for us. John Toma is a small, broiling terrestrial world. Its thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane is being steadily blown off by the powerful solar winds from the star Farinata. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of copper. Its density is low enough to leave the world tightly locked to Farinata. The Alliance Defense Data Network notes that several ships have been spotted cruising near John Toma with transponders turned off. While an Alliance patrol attempted pursuit of one, the unidentified vessel rabbited to FTL. Its trail was lost when it obscured its light trace in the confusion of signals along the Anansi Ishtar shipping lane. What an interesting little bit of lore there. I wonder if that's going to give us like a quest or something. Because Because it feels like, you know, someone escaped. And orbital distance 69.9 AU. Okay. Orbital period 102 Earth years. Radius 4,227 kilometers. Day length 102 Earth years. Whoa. What? Oh yeah, it's tidal. Okay. It's tidally locked, of course. So obviously the only rotation it does is doing a full rotation, right? That's the only way that it actually rotates. That's interesting. Atmospheric pressure 0.36 Earth atmosphere. Surface temperature 1176 Celsius. Surface gravity 0.38 G. I wonder, like, one of the sides has to be like burning if it's facing the sun, and the other one would be, no, would probably be a little colder. Wouldn't the day be infinite? No, because technically, imagine like that's the sun, right? The planet turns as it rotates around the orbit, right? If you just focus on the planet, it is turning as it's going around the sun. It just takes just as long as the orbit. If the day was infinite, it means like it wouldn't literally, like, it would turn as it's going around in a way that if you look only at the planet, it's never rotating. I don't know if that makes sense the way I explained it, but yeah, like our moon. Yeah. Obviously, if you look at the moon from the Earth, it's always facing us, right? But if you looked at the moon from an outside perspective, it is still rotating as it's turning around the sun, around the Earth in this case. Well, that's not what... I understand what you mean, Rasta, but here the implication, I guess, is... I think the mistake is on their part. It shouldn't be called day length. It should be called, you know, rotation time or whatever, you know. Rotational period, yeah. I agree that day length is a confusing terminology. You are correct, Rasta. What's up, Costa? One of my favorite sci-fi tropes that I never see is people living on the part of a tidally locked planet that is in permanent twilight. Because why would you? Would you, okay, hold on. Would you build your civilization on the edge of the night and the day? Like literally every... Let's imagine a city that's right on the edge. And everyone would have two homes, one in the day part and one in the night part. And you would transfer from one, you would start the day in the day part and then end the day in, well, no, that doesn't work because you would have to travel back. Hold on. Which also I understand doesn't work because it's not like a line. It's not like there's a curtain and one side is dark and the other side is light. It would just be like twilight all the time, like just, you know. It would just be like in between the which is what, yeah. What about a planet that, you know, there's a full day one and a full night one part of the planet? So one facing the sun, one facing away from the sun. And then there's tunnels that have been dug inside the planet so you can go from one side to the other very fast. What? I don't know. My sci-fi writer brain is trying to come up with a concept and it's not working. One sci-fi concept I've never seen that I had started developing at some point for maybe a story one day, but it never got there, was two planets that are, you know, locked together in like a dual sort of, you know, like a dual planet that's sort of gravitating around one another, and two sides are facing each other all the time, right? And they're like, you know, gravitating around a sun or something, and there's cities on both sides, and they can see one another. They're close enough so that they can, well, not, you know, see like individual people, but they're close enough that you can see that there's civilization on the other planet, but they've never been able to travel to one another. They don't have like space travel or flights developed enough for them to go from one side to the other, and they can just see what's going on the other. You know, they can see like, oh, there's cities there, there's lights, there's, you know, and then suddenly one of the sides sees the other engage in a war. Like they can see that there's a war going on, and that the lights are slowly disappearing, and that civilization is slowly being, you know, self-destructing on that other planet, and they're just stuck here witnessing that destruction. I think it would be pretty interesting as a sort of like baseline concept for a story. I don't know what kind of story I would write in there. One of my ideas was maybe they've developed some form of communication, like you know, like radio communication. It would be the story of two kids, two teenagers or something, that are talking from one planet to the other, and they've been in sort of like a correspondence thing. Like think of like old school like internet kind of vibe, right? You have this person on the other side of the planet and you're talking to them, and you'll never meet them and you don't know what they look like or whatever, but you're just exchanging messages, and you know, they have this sort of like friendship that they're talking, and then suddenly, of course, one side, you know, you can see like, again, like that idea of one side certainly engages into a war of self-destruction or whatever, and then you sort of get to experience that on a human level with the person that's corresponding with the main character. I think that would be pretty cool as a concept. I think you know, maybe having the story be mostly one of that sort of approach to books that some have done, like you know, the Themis Files by Sylvain Nouvel, or what was it called, like Illumine, I think was the name of that series. You know, like sort of the documents and you know, like emails and all sort of like, not really like a normal narration, but more like a collection of little documents and articles and chats and stuff like that. I think it could be a pretty interesting project. Just talking about it now makes me want to work on it again. We'll carry torches and stand in patterns to make symbols for the other side, you know. Yeah, egg. Could be an interesting theme for sure. Nope, my chat disconnected for a second. If anyone has said anything after egg, I have not seen it. After the message that said my mind jumps. If anyone wrote that in that little window. Yeah, now I see test. If there's anything in between, it was during the disconnection, so feel free to post it again. Anyway, time to survey. Prothean data disk recovered. Oh god. Scans of Juntoma revealed a derelict freighter in mid-stage orbital decay. Your salvage team boarded the vessel and determined it had been attacked by raiders. There was little of value still on board, but the team did find a Prothean data disk. What's up, Archeesy? What does that mean? I really wish there has to be a way, right? Hold on. Wait, what did I get? Journal and Codex. Oh my god, we're getting more side quests. This game, oh my god. This game never ends. Every time I scan a new planet, I'm getting more quests. The journal is J. I tried to press J on the galactic map. Yeah, the fact that the galactic map requires me to zoom all the way out every time, that's a little bit of an annoyance. Anyway, what did we get? Prothean data disks. Despite all the evidence confirming the existence of the Prothean, little is known about their culture and society. From time to time, dig sites will yield new clues, but after 50,000 years of decay, little of value is unearthed. Recent research has focused on the discovery of Prothean data disks. On their own, they are frail and rarely found in one piece. Occasionally, however, an intact disk will be discovered within a console or reading device. To date, over 3 dozen disks have been recovered, and a few of those have been restored to the point where researchers can begin analyzing them. Though it may be some time before scientists discover a way to transfer data of the disks, they are currently considered the most tangible leads for learning more about the Prothean culture. Okay, exciting stuff. I'm assuming the quest is going to be find that many Prothean disks. Yep. This is basically like a collectible sort of collection of quests to encourage you checking every planet, I guess. Ooh, I can respect that. Research on Prothean culture is focused on the discovery of ancient data disks. Prothean artifacts 1 out of 7. You've discovered one of the sought-after data disks. Keep searching until you've collected them all. Let's go. Okay, so those are not necessarily like side quests we need to worry about. It's just gonna happen. That's good. But yeah, no, thinking about that story again, that concept of those two worlds and all that, kind of makes me want to write it again. Shit. I don't have time to write right now. Oh, is that actually like something that, like, is the color actually relevant to the planets? I just noticed the planet's actually animated. You can see the clouds move and all that. Man, this game's beautiful for its age. Toonshagon is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and nitrogen in its atmosphere. It has an unusually small number of moons for a gas giant, a mere 7. This is no doubt due to the star Farinata capturing the majority of the mass during the nebular collapse that created the system. Orbital distance 5.6 AU, orbital period 3.2 Earth years, radius 42,418 kilometers. That's pretty close to the Earth, right? No, wait. No, the Earth is much smaller. The circumference of the planet is 42,000 kilometers. Not the radius. Yeah. And the day length 9.1 Earth hours. That planet's spinning fast. No survey this time. Okay. Well, that's disappointing. I was excited. I want to survey all those planets. All right, I think we're done here. MSV Ontario, here we come. The Ontario is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design, configured for mixed freight and passenger hauling. It is making a hard burn for the cover of an asteroid cluster. Registry, private owner, Citadel Station. Board. Okay, so that's the hostage situation, if I'm not mistaken. So, clearly there's gonna be some fighting. Oh, Jesus! That was... What was that animation? I don't know. Okay. What's up, clone? Hostage situation. We need... I think we're gonna take Ashley. She's a good soldier. Also, I haven't played with Ashley and Kaiden in a while, so part of me wants to bring them. Although if it's a hostage situation, I think Rex is probably gonna be great. Right? We need the hard asses of the team. Hold on. That means we won't have any tech, though. I would like to have some tech Well, okay, hold on. Maybe Ashley is not the right choice, actually. She's a little bit hot-headed, which Rex is as well, but I don't know. Rex can just it just intimidates people. Maybe that's better. Are we Boy Scout Shepherd or Bad Boy Shepherd? I'm me Shepherd. I don't. The real answer is I don't plan on going one way or another. I just do what feels right in every situation, which so far has been somewhat in the middle. Slightly more Paragon than Renegade so far, but somewhat in the middle. Yeah. We're gonna get the job done, but we're not necessarily, you know, gonna do whatever it takes, as some people say. Right? We're gonna do the right thing. We're gonna do the job right. We're gonna, you know, we might have to make some difficult decisions, but we'll always try to find the best way. We have principles. We have ethics. You know. What's up, Mittens? Okay, so I'm taking Rex and then Kaiden or Garrus or Tali. I'm not sure. I don't think Tali will necessarily be great in a hostage taking situation. She's a little, you know. Well, although she was almost taken hostage herself, so. I mean, I think Kaiden, well, I think Kaiden, the thing why I need tech for is like there's the stuff to decrypt, right? Which I think Kaiden can do, Tali can do. I'm not sure if Garrus can. I want to be able to decrypt stuff, right? I think I'm gonna take Kaiden because isn't the hostage situation, isn't it like a group of fanatical biotics? I think maybe Kaiden, you know, could be able, maybe he's gonna be able to negotiate with them in a different way. Because he's a biotic too. It seems like something out. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that will work. Now, am I happy with Rex as the second guy? So, I mean, I could go with Ashley as well instead of Rex. But again, I think Rex for intimidating hostages could be good. Oh, intimidating hostage takers. Sorry, we're not trying to intimidate the hostages. But we will, probably. We probably will, no matter what. I think Rex is gonna intimidate everyone, including us, most likely. Why are you so bad at being captured? Yeah, like, how did you fucking get captured? Just fight back, you nerds. Alright, I I try to avoid it. My stomach has been in shambles all evening, so I do need to take a small break. I'm sorry. I need to, you know, I need to take care of whatever's happening with my my body right now, which is not pleasant. I'll let you know that. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna hopefully it's gonna be as quick as possible, and then we'll engage with this mission. Sorry guys, I'll be right back. Thank you for being here. I'm excited to do our first kind of side mission. I'm excited to see how that's gonna go. All right, sorry about that. I hate taking breaks, but sometimes you have to. All right. Okay. I think we're good to go. Rex, Haydn, Rex to intimidate the terrorists, Haydn to negotiate with them, hopefully. I don't know if any of this matters, but I like putting in the thought, right? Yeah. What's up, Miss Shiver? What's up, Rob? How are we doing today? Alright, let's get in there. Confirm squad selection. Yes. Hold on. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I couldn't take more people. Yeah, that will do, I guess. I played with Garrison Tally quite a bit at the end of the Citadel stuff, so we're gonna get some variety in here. I wanna get Ashley back on the field as well, but Ashley is always gonna be a bit of a hard sell because she's basically me in terms of stats, right? So, Oh, straight in. Oh, why am I looking so small? Oh, I'm in a little ditch. Also, holy shit, that looks crazy cool and scary. I'm not sure if I would like my ship to have a literal glass floor in the entrance SAS. That sounds crazy. I mean, I'm sure it's fine, right? It's probably very solid, but I was like, I didn't think Kaiden was that much taller than me. There you go. Okay, anyone has anything to say? Rex? Nope. Kaiden? No. Hello? Nope. They don't have anything to say. Whatever. How are you today, Friar Therma? Good to see you. Alright, let's refresh. Let's refresh our understanding of the mission. Fanatical biotics in the Hades Gamma Cluster have kidnapped the chairman of the Parliament Subcommittee of Transhuman Studies and are holed up in a derelict freighter. The chairman of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies. Alright, let's see what those biotics want, I guess. Let's make a hard save before we embark. What's up, Alofit? Shep is tiny. Listen, I was in a ditch, okay? It's like the guy that says he's 6 foot on Tinder and he shows up 5'10". Okay. So far, pretty quiet in here. What's up, Max Sauce? And we have a crate here. Ooh. We have a Turian armor, a Scimitar 2, and a Hurricane 2. Oh yeah, let's look at our shit. I haven't seen Kaiden in a while. It probably, yeah, I was gonna say he probably has a shit ton of points to distribute. Let's auto level up because I'm auto leveling up my squad mates. They're their own people, right? I don't get to control them, okay? I want them to become exactly whoever they want. Okay, unlocked medicine, neural shock. Why is medicine knocks out an organic enemy for 1 second and inflicts 40 toxic damage? I like that the first skill of the medicine tree is literally like a damaging move. Oh, they're all damaging moves. Other than that, it just reduces the time on first aid. Oh, fair enough. That's pretty good still. That's a bold move on an old game. I know, but I think it serves two purposes. One, I don't like dealing with leveling up squad mates. I always think it's kind of like a less interesting part of the game, you know, when it comes to like team-based RPGs or whatever. I like taking care of my main character. I typically, you know, like RPGs where you have your main character, you're taking care of your main character, and then every side character is sort of their own people, right? To me, it contributes to the immersion. But I don't know how, you know, so far from what I've seen, it seems like they're all pretty unique in the way they level up. So variety of skills and stuff. So I'm not too I'm not too worried about it. Yeah. And also it makes the experience a little smoother. Like I don't have to worry about all the, you know, and then I can just finally craft my character, right? Which so far has been pretty easy. I'm just dumping points in Charm and Intimidate. And then whatever's left, I'm just... we'll see. Alright, now let's look at our equipment. Avenger, Hurricane 2... Scimitar 2. That's a lot of damage. I'm gonna give that to Rex, I think. Rex. What do you have? You have a Scimitar 1. How about you get a Scimitar 2? Straight up. Straight up upgrade. How does that sound? I'm assuming we're gonna face a lot of what are they called? Organics, I think. Because they're biotics, right? So armor piercing rounds not gonna do very much against that. Yeah, Hurricane 2 versus organics. Anti-personnel rounds. I should probably put that on my assault rifle. Oh, it's specific. Never mind. It's specific to the shotgun, isn't it? Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, there you go. Man, this system could be better. Like, those are the moments where I'm like, yeah, this is a 20-year-old game. And listen, I grew up on video. I started playing video games in the 80s. I understand jank. Trust me. But you also get used to the quality of life of modern games. You get used to it. Yeah, you get spoiled by it. For sure. It's fine, you know. I'll manage, but some of that stuff is, that equipping system is definitely, you can tell, like it's quite ancient. All right. Do we have a map? We do have a map. Okay. Okay. Like I need to be ready for anything. Hidden pistol. You get a shotgun, please. And I'll equip my assault rifle. Plasma containment cell. Is that something I can blow up, maybe? Oh. Biotic terrorist. Can we negotiate? Or are we just gonna fight straight up?
Intruders!
Okay, no negotiations. Gotcha.
Damn, let's move.
What is going on? Oh my god. Holy, hold on. I'm almost dead already. Oh my god, everyone's blocked. We're just about to get wrecked. Yep, I'm dead. Holy fuck, that was brutal. Alright. We're gonna have to approach that. At least now we know we're about to fight. I was not ready to fight. That was so brutal. I couldn't even move. I got thrown to the ground instantly and then swarmed. That was very, very brutal. Okay, I'm gonna shoot this.
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
Kill the hostage? No! That's... Okay, none of them have abilities. Let's go for shield boost. Oh my lord. My two teammates are dead. Great.
Regroup.
Wow, okay, this is rough. Jeez. What I think we need to do is trigger them and then retreat back here. Or... in fact, we could set up a trap. The problem is getting hit by their spells throws us to the ground, and then they can just shoot us while we are unable to do anything about it. So that's something I need to control. How about... Can I send you in cover? Or does that not work? Doesn't feel like that works. I was really hoping maybe I could, have them take cover from the start. Okay, so I think shooting this to start the fight's pretty good. Hold on, I can probably...
Intruders! Kill the hostage!
Damn, let's move.
Incoming!
Lost shields!
Oh my god, dude. Why is it so brutal? Look at me! Look at my guys! Nobody can move. They're getting wrecked completely one after the other. It's insane. They just keep collapsing, unable to do anything. And now I can't see them, so hold on. Yeah. Dude, look at that!
Fire in the hole!
Okay, I need overkill. I need Kaiden to... neural shock this guy. And I also need to heal. Okay, jeez! Is everyone alive? Nope, Rex is down. Shit. Can we do anything about him? Nope, we don't have revives yet. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We only have 2 minutes, so we can't really just hang out. Okay. Woo!
All clear.
All clear. Welcome back, Rex. Let's heal.
You're good to go.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time, so we need to push. Okay, we're good. Take that. Might be more resistance in here. No. Okay.
See how it is? You write letters and everyone ignores you. Force is the only thing people appreciate. So how about if I kill Chairman Burns and finish the charade?
Please.
Okay.
I was trying to help you people.
All right. We made it in time. That was so hard, by the way. Like, that was unreasonably hard. Every fight in the game so far felt pretty easy. This one felt... Jeez. It made me realize how good the biotic powers are. Like, just being able to like throw people to the ground, it gives you so much time to just do whatever you want with them. Like, it feels like they were throwing like AoE sort of you know, force fields or whatever, and like all three of my people were getting wrecked every time. We basically spent the first 5 seconds of the fight on the ground, unable to move. Like the first fight, I basically died before I was able to stand back up. So that seems very strong. It seems very strong. I'm gonna have to make sure I use that myself with my biotic able people. What's up, Rhombic? But hey, we made it. We just had to use a little bit of strategy, use my grenades, and we're good. All right, what's going on here? Take them down. No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna immediately start blasting. We're gonna try to negotiate. The first few we couldn't, but these people we're gonna try to negotiate. Calm down. I don't think telling someone to calm down is a good way to get them to calm down. I don't think don't be stupid is a better way, but so anyways, I started blasting. What's up, Eugene? What's up, Gecko? I think I'm gonna go with don't be stupid. That feels like the tone I kind of want to, you know, like you're making a big mistake kind of thing, right? Don't be stupid.
Let's not do anything we're all going to regret.
Why not? What have we got to lose? Since the chairman here decided that we didn't get reparations, we've got nothing left to live for.
But I've changed my mind. See, Joel, it's clear that you all deserve...
You had your chance. Some L2s are nearly crippled from side effects of the implants, but you voted against reparations.
Of course he changed his mind when under the threat of a gun. Okay, I understand what's happening here. Mr. Burns, very Simpsons name, by the way, clearly was the chairman of a company that made some of those implants we've heard about, right? The L2s, and I think what was the L2s were the older ones, and now there's like a more modern. I think our boy Kaiden has an L2, right? And obviously, you know, a bunch of side effects, and apparently he did not want to compensate the poor victims is what happened. So the terrorists, well, the biotics felt like they were gonna take things in their own hands. This is a Luigi situation, except, you know, they've decided to go for hostage instead of straight up murder. You don't have to die. This is your last chance. Take them down. Don't be stupid or you need burns. I wish we could bring in Kaiden there. I like that you can say don't be stupid after saying don't be stupid. Yeah, we really want to drive that point home, right? Oh yeah, Gecko. So I did play the game when it first came out 20 years ago. But I remember virtually nothing about it. The analogy that I made earlier in the playthrough was, if this was Star Wars, I remember there's an empire. That's it. I don't remember any of the characters. I barely remember any of the names. When the first stream, we were looking at the faces of the characters on the title screen. I could barely remember any of them. I remembered Rex because of the meme, and Garrus because he's a very popular video game character, and I've had people in my community with bearing his name as a username. So I remembered Garrus and I remembered Rex. Their names only. Like I don't remember any of their personality. I don't remember any of the plots surrounding them. So yeah, we're treating it as a first playthrough because in essence it is. My memory of the game is completely. In fact, I remember less than I thought I would. I figured I would, as I played. I figured as I played, some stuff would come back. Nah, like I legit have no memory of anything. That's what time does to an old man, such as myself. But also, context, right? Like, back when I played this, I was studying at the time. So I didn't have that much time for video game. Pretty sure I played that game over like a couple weeks. So played fast through a game a couple weeks ago, 20 years ago. Like, you're not gonna remember very much of it. And obviously none of the DLCs existed, so this is it feels very fresh and new. I think I'm gonna use one of my two, Paragon Renegade options, because they seem to be strong in general. Do I want to be aggressive or friendly? I think maybe I want to empathize with their struggle, right? A little bit. I don't know how I feel about the music here. It's kind of interesting. There's this little synth thing that doesn't do very much. But then in the background, there's sort of that creepy, higher pitched sound that's very interesting. Reminds me of some like early Fallout sort of soundtrack, almost. I just noticed my armor is flashing. I legitimately haven't noticed that until just now. I'm a freaking Christmas tree. You need burns. I'm not sure exactly what the angle is there. You need burns? I mean, man, I kind of hate defending the fucking chairman of a company that clearly didn't want to help anyone. But now, now that you have a gun on your fucking temple, now you're you want to give them reparations, huh? I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. If they can get some help, that's what matters, but... It's unfortunate that it has to come to terrorism for anything to change. Alright, I'm gonna go with you need Burns and see what happens.
Think about this. Burns is the one man who can help you.
Yes, if you release me, I can take another look at the reparations request.
What? We're supposed to trust you?
I'm an L2 like you.
Oh.
Trust me. The commander can make sure that Burns follows through.
Sure, you promise us freedom and say everything will be fine, but as soon as we surrender, you'll double-cross us.
Okay, so Kaiden, that's something interesting. So the characters do matter. I like that. So picking the right characters depending on the mission can have its impact. Pretty happy with this. Or maybe it's just a flavor thing, because it doesn't seem like it really did anything. Promises freedom, say everything will be... Oh, I didn't say that, technically, but... I didn't promise freedom, yeah, that's true. I didn't say they were gonna be just fine. Maybe they'll get some help in prison. We're gonna throw you in jail, but you're gonna have some help with your L2 problem. We're gonna make sure the migraines are better. So you can really enjoy your time in prison. This is as much as you get, I'm telling the truth. I didn't promise freedom. I mean, I don't have to be an asshole about it. This is as much as you get. I mean, if you want to fight it out, we can fight it out, but you're not gonna win. Probably. I'm kind of scared of biotics now, but...
I'm not promising to let you go. All I'm saying is that Burns will take another look. Right, Burns?
Absolutely. I had no idea that the L2 biotics were this desperate. If I'd known, the reparations will come. For whatever it's worth. I promise that.
Even I don't trust him.
You're right. I don't want to die. Maybe something will happen this time. We surrender.
No, don't do that.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me. I'll see to it that the reparations discussion is reopened. I didn't know they were so desperate.
I'm almost sad. That's not... I almost want to take the sides of the biotic terrorists there. I want to shoot the guy. Just doing my job, not a problem. No, you didn't. Oh, I can be aggressive with him. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't know they were so desperate. If only you had maybe listened to their requests instead of declining them automatically.
Then you weren't doing your job.
Yes!
The 5th Fleet cruiser will pick you and the prisoners up.
Yes! I'm so happy that I can actually be aggressive with the guy. I wish it had more impact, but I'm not mad about it. Decryption skill too low? No! God damn it. Shit.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead when they took me.
No. So what, are we gonna leave them here? It's just... this feels... We're just leaving them here. Criminal... Like the terrorists and their victim. As if nothing bad's gonna happen. If I was the terrorist there, as soon as the alliance is gone, I'm resuming the hostage situation. They're friends now, yeah. Decryption skill too low. God damn it. Hold on. Hopefully I can come back. I think maybe Tali can open this. Lets you use decryption. Yeah, I don't know exactly. It's not really clear, like, the levels that you need and how exactly it enables you. Toxic seals. Okay. So is that it? Is that just sold? Oh yeah, look at that. You boarded the freighter and convinced the biotics fanatics to surrender peacefully. Chairman Burns has promised to re-examine his decision regarding payments to L2s in the wake of the kidnapping. Well, I consider that a job well done. Look at them. They're all friends now. Everyone's happy. Malfunctioning object. Armor plating. Okay. What does that do? Is that an armor? Yes. 7% damage protection. Okay, I'm not sure. What I'm curious about is if I'm gonna be able to come back the ship. Because if I can come back, I can try to come back with Tali. Maybe Tali can decrypt those things. I hate not being able to open containers. That's gonna be my main frustration about not being a tech main character. Ooh. Okay. I too invest in lockpicking in RPGs. Yeah, lockpicking, hacking, and charisma. That's the three most important things. You want to be able to unlock everything that's available. Conversations, computers, and chests, or whatever, doors. Yeah, I don't even have access to electronics, so it's not even a consideration. Oh, look at that! My Paragon's getting super high. Alright. Is that how we leave? Okay, time to experiment and see if we can exit to the Normandy. Nice. Return to the Normandy. Is there any way for me to change squad from inside the mission? I don't think so, right? Yeah, no. Oh. Okay, now, are we still docked? Is what I'm curious to find. Let's see. And we're still in space technically, but...
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
All right, see you.
But what if I go to the door? No, okay. I wasn't sure if, like, you remain docked and you can just take the airlock again. We need to use the map. Now, can I go back to the ship is the question.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Oh.
Thank you for dealing with the hostage situation, Commander. Chairman Burns was quite impressed by the way you resolved the situation peacefully.
My pleasure.
Your assistance above and beyond the formal duties has been noted, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
I don't know who that was, but happy to help. I can board again. Okay, so I'm gonna go with Tali and Garrus. I'm gonna go with the tech squad and see if it works. Or actually Tali and Kaiden. I don't know if it's like a combination of their tech or if it's like a single character needs to have a certain level. But I think it's a good idea to experiment early so we understand that stuff. Hopefully it doesn't respawn all the enemies. I mean, there's no reason why it would, but... Yeah, no, we're good. Are they still here? That'd be so funny. I mean, technically we haven't left yet. Yeah, they're still there. How is the chairman happy with the resolution? He's still here. Nothing has changed.
Thank you, Commander. I thought I was dead.
They're
when
just
they took
chilling. Decryption skill too low. Oh God. Right, so decryption, all level 4. Let's see, there was another one, was it here? Yeah, too low as well. God damn it. Is there any way for me to like immediately exit to... I don't think so. Oh! Yeah, they're just having a nice little friendly chat at this point. Okay, let's try again with Garrus. Garrus and Tali, which I think are two most techie guys. Yeah, Garrus has super high decryption. So okay, that's good to know. So far, right now, Garrus is my highest decryption guy. For some reason I thought Tali was higher, but... Let's see. Please, let me decrypt. Yes, let's go. Average decryption. Okay. So that works. Which was Garrus's level? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Tali has 4. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I know this is probably not the most interesting stuff to watch, but I do need to experiment slightly. I'm gonna switch out Tali with some person that doesn't have any decryption, maybe Ashley. Just to see if it's only the maximum character that matters, or if the sum of all the characters is what matters. Because Garrus is less than Tali and Kaiden together. So if it's still available, it means only the highest character matters. Which I think is pretty good information. Garrus and Ashley. Ashley, please don't be rude to the hostages. We don't want them to start hostaging again. Don't be rude to anyone. I feel like I have to micromanage Ashley so that she doesn't get us in trouble. You can't tell the hostages apart from the animals. From their perspective, what we're doing is very funny right now. Okay, so it still works. Okay, so the max character decryption level is what matters, not the sum of all the parts. That's good to know. Good learning. Good learning. That's what I expected, but you never know, because like the way the game presents stats as like a, you know, like an addition of when you pick your squad, it's like it adds the power of everyone together. It almost made it feel like the overall power would matter, but nah, it's like individual skills. Okay. Well, let's go for it then. Striker 1, Scimitar 2, and Hurricane 1. Yeah, I mean, what I'm also noticing is that it's not that big of a deal if I can't open some of those things. It doesn't feel like we're just getting a bunch of duplicates all the time. I'm sure there's more rare stuff sometimes and you don't want to miss those, but overall so far it's felt very it's felt very much like you get just a lot of repeats. So I don't think it really matters if I don't open every single locker in the game. Just for my personal pride. I like opening everything. I don't like knowing that there's something I didn't open. Okay, cool. We're done here. We're leaving for good. Hopefully the situation will resolve nicely. Okay. Hey, first mission, great success. Very happy.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't seem... I wanna see if, like, Kaiden has anything to say. Yeah, it went totally smooth. First try. No one died. It's not like we got, you know... Yeah, thrown to the ground for, like, 15 minutes. What do you think of the whole having to find armor for each alien-type squad mates mechanic? I think it's cool from, like, a flavor perspective. I do... Oh, it was my locker! I was right. What the hell? Oh, that's where you get items that maybe you missed? Interesting. Yeah, no, I like it. I think it's pretty interesting. I don't mind it. Yeah. Why is this taking so long every time?
Anything you need, Commander?
Looking for personal input.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's
What's
at.
up, Locust?
Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We just had a mission with that is very close and personal to you. You have anything to say about it?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I don't see how we could have done things any better.
Oh, we're
At
still
least not
talking
without
about
getting
Eden
to
Prime.
sooner.
Okay, it seems like
We
the
were on
side
scene
quests
faster than any other Alliance ship
don't
could.
really have much
We'll
of
talk
a
another time,
narrative
Lieutenant.
impact on the crew and all that. Which, you know, fair enough, I get it. The scope of the game would be probably too big if everything had like a little impact. Yeah, let's replenish Medigel because kind of used a lot there. Haven't seen too many other games outside of heavy RPGs that have specific armor requirements. Yeah, that's more of a typical, you know, like D&D type stuff, I guess. I think it works well there. Dr. Chakwas, yeah, I like her. She's great. All right, on to our next mission, which is the missing survey team, I think. In the same cluster. Travel to the Antheus system. Look for the missing survey team. News vids indicate that a survey team in the Hades Gamma cluster recently dropped out of contact. Go to the Hades Gamma cluster, find out what happened to them. Okay. Survey team. I'm curious. Antaeus, there it is. Yes. Also, it doesn't seem like... I mean, we haven't had really a situation with like a pre-rendered cutscene straight into conversation, which is really when we're going to be able to know if the problem with the desync is fixed. But I haven't seen anything in a week, so I'm assuming it's okay. It didn't really say where, right? Like, I guess we have to find out. Let's start as far away from the star as possible and get progressively closer. Hunidor. Hunidor is a moderately sized ice world with an extremely thin atmosphere composed of krypton and xenon. Its frozen surface is unusually smooth, suggesting widespread repaving by cryovolcanic processes, though no such activity is currently evident. Orbital period 90 Earth years, 90.5, radius 3686, day length 48.2 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0.2 EA, surface temperature minus 202 Celsius. That planet's perfect for me. Cold, long days, love it. I want to go live there. Surface gravity 0.22 Gs. Yeah, I would miss the mountains though, but okay, so nothing here. All right, one step closer. Oh, Vemal. Vemal is an enormous terrestrial world of mixed rock and ice with an atmosphere of methane and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of calcium with deposits of iron. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. Orbital period 37.5 Earth years. That's long. Radius 10.3 thousand kilometers. Day length 36.3 hours. Atmospheric pressure 1. Oh, nice. Surface temperature minus 61 Celsius. Okay, we're getting closer to perfection there. Surface gravity 1.1 G. See, it's perfect. The years are longer. The days are considerably longer. I like 36 hours. 1 Earth atmosphere and 1.1 G. Pretty much the same as Earth. And minus 60 Celsius. I'm trying to find my perfect world in this game. This one's the closest, I think, so far. Ideally, you would find something with an orbital period of like, I don't know, 2-3 years, I think. A day length of 30 hours, roughly. Atmospheric pressure and surface gravity as close as possible to 1, right? And then surface temperature about -5 to -10 would be perfect. Though obviously, you know, that brings some concerns like, you know, there's probably not a lot of life and how do you find food and yada yada, but that's not the point, right? The point is it's my, you know, it's my little home and I can order food from another planet or something. Uber galactic deliveries, you know. Not sure how I feel about the methane atmosphere. Yeah, but atmosphere, you know, you live in a confined, you know, station or whatever. You're protected from the outside environment. Which I understand defeats the purpose of worrying about the temperature, but it's just my favorite outside temperature is -5 Celsius. Every year when we hit -5, I feel so perfect. The planet itself being edible, you just grab a bite whenever. That'd be good. That'd be great. What's up, Timmy? How are you doing today? It's good to see you. It's been a while, I feel. Hotbox yourself to get used to it before you move. I mean, I don't know. Planet smells of fart. Yeah, that's the thing, though. I think anyone else's farts pretty much usually smell bad. Your farts, you get used to them, right? I'm not saying they smell good, right? But it feels like it's easier to be tolerant of your own farts because you're used to them. That's true, Nectar. All right, let's survey. See what happens. Survey says, rare element surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a large deposit of uranium. Hell yeah. All right, one step closer. It's this one. Trebin. Ooh, look at that. Looks nice. Trebin is a modest terrestrial world with an atmosphere composed of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly, oh Jesus, there's a lot. Its surface is mainly composed of nickel with deposits of silver. Trebin's environment is relatively mild, but the scarcity of water or similar enabling substances has prevented the development of any biosphere. Exogeny Corp recently performed a test impact of a single water-ice comet into the surface, the first step of a long-term plan to thicken the atmosphere and introduce water to the environment. Oh, that's really cool. Terraforming stuff? Hell yeah. Exogeny, huh? I feel like we've heard the name before in one of the Codex entries. A survey team is on the surface monitoring the geological and meteorological effects of the test impact. Most of the water released is still in the form of atmospheric vapor, but thick cloud banks have formed. There is every indication that this arid world will soon see its first rain. The survey team's progress has been hampered by frequent mechanical or computer failures in their GPS satellites. Oh, that's the one. That's, oh, land. Okay, that's where the mission's taking place. I didn't see it was land and not survey. Interesting. Orbital period 1 Earth year, radius 5.4 thousand kilometers, radius. Day length 41 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.8 surface gravity as well, and 8 Celsius surface temperature. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good. I understand what Trebin's a candidate for terraforming. Okay, so if this is where the mission takes place, I'm gonna save that. And we're gonna finish surveying the system first. Ploba. Ploba is the second and by far the largest of Anatheus 2 gas giants. Wait! There's a spelling mistake. It's Antheus, not Anatheus. Oh! Man, 2007 BioWare really needed me, is what I'm seeing there. They needed a proper writer. Or at least someone to, you know, spell check their game. Ploba is the second by far the larger of Antheus' 2 gas giants. Active scans by survey ships have returned tantalizing indications of massive solid structures deep within the atmosphere, too regular in pattern to be anything natural. Oh shit, that's so interesting. Some believe Ploba is a Jupiter brain, a planet-sized supercomputer. Adherents of this theory have fruitlessly beamed signals towards the sunken megastructures, hoping to get the machine's attention. Dude, this is so sick. I'm giddy like a kid reading that lore. This is so, like, half of the lore, like, every time I read a new lore entry in this game, whether it's a codex or a planet's story or whatever, I'm like, there could be a whole story written about that. This could be the base for like a full-on novel. There's so much creativity in there. It's crazy. Others believe that an ancient spacefaring race disposed of their weapons of war by dumping them into the planet. The last attempt to reach and salvage Ploba's deep anomalies went tragically wrong and ended in a crew of 12 being trapped and crushed in the gas giant's lower atmosphere. That is so cool. So cool. Orbital period 20 Earth years, radius 74. Oh yeah, it's a big one. 74.2 thousand kilometers. Day length 17.3 Earth hours. Yeah, the idea of like finding massive, you know, intelligent made structures inside a gas giant is such an interesting concept. I don't know, maybe at some point something will come out of this. Let's survey. Ooh. Matriarch's writing recovered. You recovered a strange object orbiting Ploba. Chief Engineer Adams and Tali tried unsuccessfully to determine its origin. They did find one of Matriarch Dilinaga's writing stored within. Yay. Very cool. Hold on, is that another collectible thing? Let's see. Yeah, Asari writings. These writings belong to Matriarchs Dilinaga. It looks like there are many other writings to be found scattered across the galaxy. 1 out of 10. Keep searching until you find all the missing writings. I kind of wish we could read every entry of that. Like, that would be super interesting. Maybe when we find all of them, we will get some like codex entry or something. But yeah, it would be nice to be able to get like every entry as we find them. Oh well. Again, I get it. It's a matter of scope. Edmos. Edmos is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane in its atmosphere. If Trebin's terraforming is successful, it is expected that a helium-3 fuel refining facility for the system will be set up here. Orbital period 7.8 Earth years, radius 36.8 thousand kilometers, day length 13.7 Earth hours. Let's survey. Gas deposit surveyed. While scanning the planet Edmos, you detected a large concentration of hydrogen. Nice. And a gecko. A gecko. During the initial survey of the Anatheus system. Okay, you guys have to figure it out. Now it makes me think that it was supposed to be Anatheus. And they changed it at some point. But not in every file. That's the second file where it's referred to as Anatheus. Anyway, during the initial survey of the Anatheus system, only a single flyby probe was spared for the small scorched world of Ageko. It revealed a planet unusually rich in heavier elements given its size. Ageko is a standard terrestrial with a thin atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its crust is mainly composed of magnesium with deposits of cobalt and other heavy metals. Due to extremely rough, cratered terrain, starships is discouraged from landing. Orbital period 0.1 Earth years, radius 2.1 thousand kilometers, day length 59.9 Earth hours, 0.27 atmospheric pressure, 0.25 surface gravity, and 346 Celsius. Basically, Mercury is what I'm getting from this as a comparison. Alright, cool, let's land on Trebin and see what's going on with those that missing survey team. All right, so missing survey team. What do we want? Thank you, Locust. Gonna try to do our best. I think maybe. I mean, Garrus is so useful because of the tech stuff, right? I'm hoping Tali and Kaiden are gonna have more decryption soon enough as they level up, so we can have a little more freedom. But for now, I'm gonna take Garrus, I think. Ashley, maybe? We haven't had Ashley on a mission in a while. Yeah, there might be danger. Missing survey team. Maybe a soldier would be nice. We don't have any biotic strength, but I think that's okay. Yeah, let's go with those. I feel like Tali would be excited to explore more planets. Especially one that's being terraformed and all that. Probably be interested in the tech. But if I was listening to myself, I would always bring Garrus and Tali so far. Because Garrus for the decryption and Tali just because she's my favorite character so far in the game. But I want to have a nice spread, right? I want to see all of them and give them opportunities to exist and for me to get to know them better. Oh, nice! We get a nice little landing animation. Oh, we're going down with the fucking rover thing. What was the name again? Oh geez. Tutorial? Maybe? Question mark? No tutorial. Vehicle. Move forward, move right. Shoot. Fire cannon. Toggle aim. Okay. Whoa. Repair, jump jets, boosters, exit vehicle, leave world. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, I never actually ask. I only ask questions so that you guys know what I'm thinking about. My questions are always rhetorical. The only exceptions to that are English language questions. Like if like something is just a general English language thing, that's fine because it's just my limited vocabulary, right? Yeah, anything that's specific to the game, rhetorical. Yeah, everyone's been deleted around here. Most of my mods have been deleted before they became mods. It's nothing personal. Protecting my experience. I'm not sure leave world being my usual interaction button is the best option there. I'm gonna go with leave world as B. That feels better. Exit vehicle Q. No, exit vehicle is gonna be F actually. Yeah. Boosters left shift, sure. Jump jet spacebar, sure. Repair R, great. Shoot fire cannon, toggle aim, zoom levels, yeah. Bailing out, yeah, it's just B for like, you know, playing World of Warcraft or League of Legends. B was always my teleport home button. Have I myself been deleted? Yes. Not in the traditional way, but sometimes I time myself out for 10 seconds. Usually looks like this. There you go. It's a rite of passage in this community to get deleted. When I was playing Elden Ring, we had a little tradition, because Elden Ring brought a lot of new people to the channel. And a lot of, if you know the Souls community, they do like to backseat quite a bit. So we had a little tradition where, you know, whenever someone would get deleted, I was like, hey, you know, that's just a rite of passage. Everyone gets deleted around here. In fact, everyone who's ever been deleted, please raise your hand in chat. And just, you could see like a wall of people just, you know. People admitting to having been deleted before. Just what the vehicle was called. Oh yeah, no, but that's the thing. It doesn't matter how it feels to you, you know. It only matters how it feels to me. I don't like being reminded of anything. I don't like being informed of anything. And ultimately, again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is we have to have a strict rule, right? We have to have no line for people to skirt, otherwise some people are going to abuse it. Not you, right? But like malintentioned people that want to backseat will use any line they can skirt to give you information if you give them the opportunity to do so. So by removing the line and, you know, making everything off limits, it simplifies the equation for everyone. For the mods, you know, they don't have to question their actions too much, and, you know, for the viewers as well. You know there's no line to skirt, right? Yeah, of course. Of course, it always takes a little time for people to get used to our rules. As long as you get it and you understand why we're doing it, it's gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Toggle aim zoom level. Change zoom level. I need to experiment. Hold on. Oh. I see. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, big boom. Big bada boom. And small boom. Okay, noted. We can actually drive on a planet. This is mind-blowing. I love this. Oh god. Oh god. Hold on, I spoke too soon. Okay, this is gonna take a second. This is gonna take a second. It did not behave the way I was expecting. Okay, that behaves the way I was expecting, but now, when I was there, and I pressed there... Oh, I get it. It's camera... Oh, god, that's bad. Okay, I don't like that. It's camera dependent. It's like if you were here, and you want to go there, you need to press W. I would love tank controls. Tank controls would make a lot more sense to my brain. But I get that's a personal thing. On the other hand, it allows me to press W and then do this. Which, that's pretty good. Turning the camera with the mouse and then it just goes there. Which I think is gonna be the best way for me to do that, actually. Yeah, it feels, I was gonna say, it feels very controller. More than mouse and keyboard. But we'll manage, it's fine. I mean, I could always connect my controller just for those sections, but we'll manage. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I just need to get used to it. Okay. I do think. Hold on. I think aim hold should be on control. That feels a lot better to me. And then change zoom level should be on thumb mouse button, which I believe is the same. No, damn it. Middle mouse button. Yeah, I wanna try to make it as similar to my normal controls as possible, right? For consistency. Actually, aim hold could be here, which I know is a little weird. Oh, I know. I think I figured it out. Aim's gonna be on that. Yeah. And fire cannon will be on the side button. Oh, that's sick. Okay, that... I'm happy with that. Why did I do that? That feels reversed. I feel like it should be melee on middle mouse and change zoom level on thumb. Although, I mean, I don't think I'm using melee very much anyway. This change zoom level on the thumb feels very good. That's what I use in most games. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yes. Melee on middle mouse. Yes. And so I'm gonna switch those here as well. Change zoom level, thumb, fire cannon, middle mouse. Okay, I think I'm good. Let's see. Yep. Yep. Oh, this feels good. Yep. Perfect. Love it. I am ready to go. We have a surface map. Oh my god. Okay, this is a lot more in-depth than what I expected. Open journal? Oh, okay, that's good. Okay, so a survey team dropped out of contact, and I'm assuming they're going to be at the research base. But first, I want to check those anomalies or whatnot. I want to know what that's about. Oh yeah, I need to try. Hold on, I have boosters, right? Oh Jesus Christ! Okay, jump. Oh. Okay. Oh no, jeez, no! We're gonna crash. This is... I'm not sure I got my license. I think I'm... Yeah, I'm playing Rocket League right now. Whee! Oh my god, this is bad. At least it seems like it's pretty... You know, it's pretty good at landing on its feet. Is there... Okay, I see my health bar. I don't think there is a meter to indicate... What is that? To indicate what the... how much thrusters I have. What the fuck is that? Fuck, I'm not ready for this. Oh, what the bullshit! It's getting closer! Run! Okay, whenever I need to drive in a certain direction and look behind, that's gonna be hard for my brain to rewire the controls. But I think I'll get used to it. Okay, I have 75 points of repairs. I don't know if that costs any of my... Yeah, I was gonna say, is that Medigel? I think it is. No, not Medigel, Omnigel. What's the button to exit again? It was F. Oh shit, look at us! We have like full helmets and everything? Dang, we look cool. Also, I'm not sure we should be fighting outside of the vehicle. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we look so badass. Yeah, I think we're properly equipped. Oh, Ashley needs upgrades, right? Yeah. Auto level up. Beautiful. Carnage. What is that? Only available when using shotguns. Fires blast of particles inflicting weapon damage plus 50% to any enemy within 2 meters of its impact point. Dude, that helmet is so sick. He looks like a warlock in Destiny. freaking cool. Okay, let's see if we can fight that big thing. Fucking sand. What's the name of the dune? Big worms or whatever. I think we need to be aggressive. Yeah, we're gonna need to do some like circling around like that. That seems to be the strat. Although, to do that, I would need the enemy to show up. There it is. A Thresher Maw. Yeah, get wrecked. Oh my god. Oh. Oh god! Oh, that's not HP, that's my overheating cannons! Oh my god, it's so loud! Shit! Oh god! It doesn't like me hitting its tentacles, that's for sure. Yeah, bitch! Woo! Oh god, I'm overheating, no! Shit, another tentacle phase, maybe? Oh yeah, I need to keep the booster for when he's like firing at me, right? And just like boost away from the projectiles. Okay, I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to get the control. Why did that not impact anything? I think I'm getting better. I never played Rocket League. So I'm really not good at this. See, my fucking... It didn't do anything. Ugh. Oh yeah, that hurts. Yeah, repair. Repair. Is it not repairing? Oh god, it's taking so long! I think we won? Oh my god, I'm in such bad shape. This is so bad. Oh man, this was difficult. What's up, Primus? Saladino, good to see you. Yeah, okay, so this costs a lot of Omnigel, which is a problem. Right, let's repair, right? Kinda have to. It costs 15 every time. That is so much. And it's not even like fully repairing. And then it has a cooldown. Okay. Dude, this is kind of hard. I mean, obviously I played poorly because that was my first fight, but...
Faster than light, the MAKO infantry fighting vehicle was designed for the System Alliance's frigates. Though the interior is cramped, an M35 is small enough to be carried in the cargo bay and easily deployed on virtually any world. With its turreted 155mm mass accelerator and coaxially mounted machine gun, the MAKO can provide a fire team with weapon support as well as mobility. Since Alliance Marines may be required to fight on any world, The MAKO is environmentally sealed and equipped with microthrusters for use on low-gravity planetoids. The MAKO is powered by a sealed hydrogen-oxygen fuel cell and includes a small Element Zero core. While not large enough to nullify the vehicle's mass, the core can reduce it enough to be safely airdropped. When used in conjunction with thrusters, it also allows the MAKO to extricate itself from difficult terrain.
They make it sound so great. In practice, I'm finding it difficult to control. But yeah, I'm getting a better sense of like trying to dodge the shots with like boosts and jumps, which I did a very poor job at doing that. There's a... what is that? There's like a thing on the ground there. Do I need to get out? Or maybe it's just like a general like indication. Okay, well, note to self, we're gonna have to... I don't think selling those matters a lot because our money... oh, our money is actually going up pretty well. So I think a lot of these will have to turn into Omnigel. For the purposes of, you know, repairing the MAKO. Oh, man. Yeah, what I need is a mustache paint job on the MAKO. That's what we need. For real. Convert old junk. I'm still not sure what junk is, by the way. It doesn't seem like we have any, so... oh, maybe you can mark stuff as junk? I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. Okay, it seems like we're starting to have enough equipment for like all the level 1 stuff to be disposed of, I think. How's the questing going today? Much story progress? No. We did one mission so far. We freed a hostage. We freed the CEO of a biotic amps company from biotic terrorists who, I don't know, I feel like they were in their rights. I don't know. I feel kind of bad for saving the CEO of a company, but hey, everyone, it seems like we found some sort of happy ending for everyone, so we'll see. Alright. So I'm definitely gonna have to recycle a lot if I'm gonna damage my MAKO that much. Let's repair it again, actually. Yeah. I need to find a source of Omnigel that is a bit more reliable than recycling equipment, I think. Dude, this does not repair very much. It's actually scary how little it does. I need to not get damaged too much. Is that the objective? Oh yeah, it is. Ancient debris. Okay, you can't... For a vehicle that's supposed to carry us on the surface of planets, it doesn't feel like it's doing a very good job at being that. Can we talk?
Just lead the way.
Okay.
Ready.
Good. Ancient debris. Recover artifact. Oh shit, it's actually a Frogger. Okay. Turian insignia recovered. There are no signs of any survivors. The pod is empty except for a small tattered flag marked with the Nemimes colony insignia. Insignia? Insignia. I don't know. Here's your time, Egg. You can help me with that. How do you pronounce insignia? 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 Hard G? Insignia. Okay. There you go. You were ready for it. Stress on sig? Insignia. Okay. Journal, codex, and a whole bunch of stuff. Jesus! But also, if, you know, just as a reminder for the general population, if anyone wants to engage in more spoiler-allowed conversations, there is a channel in the Discord that is specifically made for that. You do need to be a subscriber tier 2 to write stuff in it, though, but it exists, you know. Let's see. Right. Several Turian outposts and colonies were destroyed during the Unification War. Each colony's insignia also disappeared. Turian emblems 13. That looks so cool, by the way. Love that. Looks like a... I understand it's the face of the Turians, but it looks like almost like a butterfly or something. Okay, so there's so many... Jesus, there's so many collectibles to find. That's gonna take a while. Also, at first, I was like, okay, it's just like scanning planets. We'll eventually get there. But if I had to explore planets... this might take a while. I don't know how much of that I'm gonna complete, but... something interesting to do while on missions. Okay. And we're getting codex entries too. Turians, the Unification War. At about the time the Salarians and Asari were forming the Council, the Turians were embroiled in a bitter civil war. The Unification War, as it was later named, began with hostilities between the colonies furthest from the Turian homeworld, Palaven. These colonies were run by local chieftains, many of whom had distanced themselves from the hierarchy. Without the galvanizing influence of the government, the colonies became increasingly isolated and xenophobic. Colonists began wearing emblems or facial markings to differentiate themselves from members of other colonies, and open hostilities became common. So that explains the markings. I like that. That is pretty cool. Now I understand that it's not part of their... it's not like part of their shell or whatever. It's actual markings. Back from their tribal days. Love that. When war finally broke out, the hierarchy maintained strict diplomacy and refused to get involved. After several years of fighting, less than a dozen factions remained, and the hierarchy finally intervened. But by that time, the chieftains were too weak to resist. They were forced to put an end to fighting and renew their allegiance to the hierarchy. Though peace was restored, it took several decades for animosity between colonists to fade completely. To this day, most Turians still wear the facial markings of their home colonies. As a point of interest, the Turian term barefaced refers to one who is beguiling or not to be trusted. It is also a slang term for politicians. That's so funny. Oh, that is so funny. Barefaced. Okay. Garrus, does Garrus have... hold on. Oh, I can't see. I don't know if Garrus has specific markings. Debris. Yeah, no, it's debris. I say debris all the time because that's a me thing, because oh man, it goes back a long way. It was back when Michael Lopriore was playing Fear on stream. And you know how Fear is, there's a whole lot of debris falling all over the place when you're fighting. And he was always saying debris, and we thought that was so funny. And so I've been calling it debris since then. Debris. So if you hear me saying debris, it's just a joke that only me will get, and Lopes if he ever shows up. All right, did we level up? We did! Oh my god, we leveled up. Garrus. Tactical armor and assault training, okay? And Ashley, what'd you get? Some more combat armor and shotguns, okay? Beautiful. She can now equip heavy armor. Ashley. Nice. I will keep a few points for my charm and intimidate, but I'm tempted to go with unity there. I feel the need to be able to revive my allies in fights. Which would be 3 points, which I'm gonna save 3 for this. Yeah, that actually sounds fair, I think. Although I need to not forget to level up my weapon damage. Otherwise, I'm gonna just fall behind the curve. But yeah, I think being able to revive my allies is pretty massive. Yeah, I'm gonna save some points, but I think that's good. It's a hard save. What's up, Nibiru? Man, I did not expect the surface of planets would be fully explorable that way. So the Thresher Maws, weren't the Thresher Maws involved in one of the... Yeah! That was it. I was gonna say one of the like tragedies that we've learned about in the Codex. That was actually our tragedy. We were on a cruise, and then the Thresher Maws struck. Mindless abomination of teeth and tentacle that rose up from beneath the earth. Yeah. Everyone died, and we made it out. Okay, so I probably have some PTSD with the Thresher Maw stuff. I was getting revenge for my fallen comrades there. Alright, let's go to the Bris. The MAKO's thrusters are as limited as the sprinting is. Doesn't last very long. Maybe your first reaction of seeing it is lore accurate? I don't know, did I look that scared? I mean, it really took me by surprise, I'm not gonna lie. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh shit, hold on. I am not trusting of this thing to not blow up if... Wait. Oh my god, there is unmarked resources on the map too. I can see there's something there on the map. Okay, this is crazy. Plutonium depot. Oh, fuck. Hold on. You have successfully surveyed a small deposit of plutonium. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. Because if there's unmarked stuff on the map that is necessary for those collectibles, yeah, I'm never finding everything. I'm not even gonna bother. If I find it, fine. I'm not about to literally explore every millimeter of the maps. Oh, I love that we put a little something next to it. Yeah, I'm not about to explore like every fucking corner of each map. That's... I will never finish this game if I do that. A bris is a thing and not in game, in real life. I know what a brie is, that's a cheese, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about something else. Circumcision ceremony is called a bris. I feel like I'm not Jewish enough for this. I'm too European for this. Circumcision's not that huge of a thing around here. Let's go see the bris. Okay, nobody goes to a... Wait, hold on. Are circumcision like a public thing? No, not a public thing, but are people actually going to see that? They have a party? Okay, that's insane. Like, I'm not gonna judge the circumcision as a thing in general. Whatever, you know, it's a cultural thing. I get it. I don't have a particular opinion on it. I've never really thought about it. But like making it a ceremony that people are, you know, like actually like witnessing as a group sounds crazy to me. What's up, Gibraltar? He's in Israel in Eurovision. They're European now, right? Well, okay. In that sense, I guess so. Let's check out the bris. Yeah. I'm gonna keep saying that. I don't care about circumcision stuff. I've chosen to call the bris the bris. Is that a MAKO? Oh shit. That looks, well, okay, no, it's not a MAKO, but it looks like an Alliance vehicle, clearly. Oh. Oh shit! Those are human-sized enemies. I wonder, hold on, there's no way. Like, they're gonna get blasted, right? Okay, that is sick. That is so cool. And my shields are so strong that nothing they do actually pierces them, it seems. That was so cool. Okay, so okay, that makes me feel better, because I was like, shit. The Treasure Maw completely demolished us very fast. But we do have a shield. So like, against quote-unquote normal enemies, it seems like we're not gonna need to repair every 5 seconds. This is making me feel a little bit more confident about the MAKO. That was beautiful though, how we were able to just blow everything. Love that. We looted a scimitar on one of them. Oh, okay, it seems like it's auto-looting. God, we're low on grenades. Seems like it's auto-looting when we kill enemies in the open. Australia's part of Eurovision? Yeah, that's true. I never pay attention to Eurovision very much. I don't think Switzerland was in it this year. Because otherwise I would have heard about it. Because like, when it happens and Switzerland's involved, it's all over the papers and all that. But I don't think we were in there this year. I don't know why, but... Electronic skill too low? Garrus, what the fuck, man? You were supposed to do this. Oh, wait, electronics is a different skill. We need Tally for this, I think. Hold on. Can we... Let's see. I'm gonna learn how the mechanics work here. Let's do a quick save, just in case something goes terribly, terribly wrong. Let's B. Return to Normandy, yes. I want to see if, when we go back, if we land where we were. What's up, Naz? How are you doing today? Okay, who's our best electronics person? I think it's Tally. Let me bring Tally and Garrus. Actually, Tally and Kaiden, just in case. I wanna see. Doink. I wish there was a cutscene to see how the MAKO goes back to the Normandy. I wonder how it works. Does it like eject up in the air and the Normandy catches it? I don't know. It's a shame that we don't... Okay, we always land in the same position. That's a bit annoying. I wish I could pick where I land so that I could make this faster, but I get it. Oh yeah, actually, hold on. Yeah, Kaiden's electronics not very high. Tally's electronics is very high. Okay. So Tally's are lift. Oh, that sounds rad. Increases force of throw to 900 newtons. And lift is... Oh, that's lift. Okay. Lift everything within 4 meters of the target into the air, rendering enemies immobile and unable to attack. Drops them when it expires. See, that's the kind of shit that those biotics were doing to us on the freighter. This sounds insane. Being able to like lift a group of enemies and then like, you know, they fall to the ground. That's what a cool... Biotics are insane. I have a feeling I'm gonna play with Kaiden quite a bit. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna play with Kaiden quite a bit. Alright, now here's an interesting thought. Are the enemies that I killed around the point of interest back or not? Oh, is the MAKO repair? Whoa, hold on. Does it automatically repair the MAKO when we go back to the ship? Because I don't have my health anymore. If that's the case, I'm definitely gonna do that just for repairs sometimes, instead of repairing manually. Alright, let's see. Okay, Naz, tell me this. Was your experience with Rocket League, did that help you drive this thing? I've never played Rocket League, so I don't know how similar it is. But it looks similar. Because my first few minutes with this thing were hell. Until I sort of got the hang of, you know. What do you mean? Ugh. Kaiden, you useless...
Yes, sir.
No, Tali.
You lead, I'll follow.
I can't be mad at you, Tali. I'm sorry. You're great. How high does that need to be? Jesus. Okay, well, Crashed Pro. I probably should take a note to, Okay, so I'm gonna take a note of that. What do we call that category? We're gonna call it stuff to go back to. Hades Gamma Cluster, Trebin, Probe, High Electronics. Debris, Probe, High Electronics. Okay, we'll do it like that. The note-taking begins. I know, I was trying to avoid it, but... It is crazy, though, that this early in the game we can find stuff that we're unable to decrypt, even though one of our people almost has full electronics already. Not quite full, but it's pretty high. Well, it's fine. We'll come back. Alright, what about this now? Oh god. Please don't be another Thresher Maw. Oh, it's gonna be a Thresher Maw, isn't it? I can tell, just looking at the place. Well, okay, same strategy. Just circle and blast, I guess. Show yourself! I'm just worried. Okay, maybe not. Oh wait, I'm not there yet. Never mind. I'm not even close. Okay, we might be good. Maybe there's not enough space. Yeah, okay, we're good. If it was here, I was like, okay, there's definitely a Thresher Maw there again. But if it's gonna be in a small corner, it's probably gonna be fine, right? Yeah, look at that. Anything? Anything? Nope. You cannot exceed the MAKO unless it's parked on level terrain. Okay. How exactly am I supposed to find level terrain there?
Securing point.
Yeah, see, that's... or hanging on a ledge, I guess. I'm very proud of my parking skills, okay? Okay, so a couple probes. I guess the point of interest is this? Yeah. Transmitter tower deactivate. Well, how am I supposed to know what this does, though? Let's see. Discovery. This device is transmitting tide beam signals to geosynchronous orbit. This disrupts the survey team's GPS satellite, causing them to crash nearby. Oh! This might have been what fucked with them. There we go. We still have to find a missing researcher, but that seems like it was... That might have been our mission.
I'm right here.
Yes, I know. Happy to have you. Alright, let's go to... I think I'm doing great. Look at that. Look at how skillful my reverse was. Beautiful. What's up, Quasi? Alright, let's go to the research base now. I think I'm getting used to it. I wasn't sure at first because it felt like the controls were really weird. I think I'm getting used to it. I still think this would be a lot easier with a controller, but... Is that north? Yeah. I wasn't sure what the little thing on the radar was on the edge, but yeah, that's north. Okay, there's two things there. Oh yeah, hold on. There's two different things there. Huh. What is that? Okay, let's go to the research base first. It's right here.
Where is everybody?
Okay. Oh man. This is kind of sick though. I like it. I mean, the planet, you know, it looks pretty simple. It kind of has that sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Procedurally generated No Man's Sky sort of aesthetic. It isn't very, you know, I mean, we'll see what other planets look like, but But yeah, it's pretty cool still. Even if rudimentary. Motorized joints. Okay. What does that do? Plus 50% smash damage? Mechanical augmentation increases the brute strength of the wearer, allowing them to deliver powerful blows when rifle butting or pistol whipping opponents. Okay, so it's melee damage, basically. People hated it at the time. I think the concept aged well. Okay. Okay, listen. I'm not here to make fun of people's helmets, but come on. What are we doing? I love that Tali is literally not different at all, because her suit's already, you know, full on like protection and atmospheric stuff. That's pretty cool. You could use armor plating. Yeah. Maybe use some armor plating. And Tali, what do you have right now? Armor plating 2. Yeah. I will give motorized joints to, what's his name? Rex, I think. Feels like a melee type thing. Yeah, exactly. For Tali, any atmosphere is a hostile one. I like that. What a cool character. It's my favorite. Okay, I'm gonna have the man, I do not like this inventory system. It is very difficult for me to wrap my head around it. Like, not to the point that it's gonna prevent me from enjoying the game or anything, but you know. It is not the best system I've ever seen. I'm gonna have to give Tali like better mods on her guns if we're gonna play her quite a bit. I think we're good for now. I'll look into the equipment when we're back in base at some point later. I need to be able to... I think what I'm gonna do, I think, at some point is I'm gonna remove everything from everyone. Provided we can do that. I don't know if they have to maybe have something equipped. But, and then we're gonna get rid of everything that's not necessary and then re-equip everyone with whatever feels best. And recycle everything that's not useful. Okay, so my thought here is that they've deserted this research base and they're maybe hiding all the way in there. Which, I don't know, I just threw a grenade. Can I catch? No. I wasn't sure if I could pick it back up. Sorry!
All targets down.
Yes! All targets down. I'm running out of nades and I'm wasting them. It's not great. But yeah, that thing over there looks like a bunker, maybe. So we'll see.
According to these data logs, the survey team unearthed some kind of alien technology.
Guess we should head to the excavation site then.
Okay. Feels like we knew that, but... Oh, that's the excavation site, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's a mine. That makes sense. Not a bunker. Easy decryption. Let's do it. Striker, Hurricane, Scimitar. That's not what I want. I want nades. Oh well. But yeah, no, back to the, you know, obviously this is not on the level of like planet exploration that you would find in something like No Man's Sky or you know, Obviously, it shows its age a little bit, but I like it. For me, you know, any sort of space exploration is going to feel exciting. It doesn't need to be very elaborate. I just like the concept of it. The fantasy of space exploration is strong enough for me to enjoy it, even if it's rudimentary. All right. Please use pistols, thank you. Where's Unity? Unity is there. I wonder if Unity should be keybound on 5 so I can use it. You know, I can do like 5R, Unity to revive them, R to heal them. That feels like a good set of shortcuts up here. Everything else I'll just manually activate by doing this, I think. Alright, we don't know. I mean, okay, no, let's you know, let's assume there's gonna be friendlies and not threaten them. Oh. Removing helmets. Okay. There's atmosphere in here. Oh, geez. Okay, this is a whole thing. Fucking dungeon and all that. Uh-oh. Hold on, someone's playing with the synth again. Oh god! Enemies? Oh no, husks? The fucking Geth have been here. Oh, that is not ideal. Okay, hold on. Oh, wrong button. I'm gonna overkill. Please, Kaiden, would you be a lamb and throw them? No, actually, not this one. This one. Full HP. Yeah, that works for me. Biotics are the best. I just, man, I'm almost sad that I'm not a biotic now. Actually, I'm not. I think I like being a soldier. I like being a normal guy sort of thing. It works for me. But I'm gonna be using those powers so much. It's so fun. Can you lift them? Actually, lift this one. Oh god, it's coming for us! I don't think that was it. We actually helped them.
The team must have unearthed some alien technology that turned them into mindless fanatics.
Whatever they found, it's long gone now.
Oh. Those were the colonists, the survey team. I thought the Geth came around and did some nonsense. But maybe not? Because that's what she said, right? Hold on. I'm gonna listen to that again. Because it was a bit chaotic, like it was still sound effects from the end of the fight and all that. I've heard of this, machine cultists. The survey team must have unearthed some alien technology that turned them into mindless fanatics. So they found some alien technology and that drove them into becoming machine cultists. Like they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna, you know, all hail the great, you know, machines and whatnot. Dang. Pretty crazy. Whoa, hold on. The game did not like the Steam overlay very much. Okay, everything's fine. What's up, Arai guy? How are you doing today? Thinking of playing Mass Effect again? Well, don't let your dreams be dreams. It is only 150 gigs away, 150 gigs of download away from being a reality. Or however much the game weighs. Not sure. It was pretty heavy though. Okay, let's explore. Whoa, I did not want to do that. Nope. Thank you. Let's keep exploring, but let's be careful. Might be more enemies in here. In fact, let's get our weapons out. That fight went well, I think. I don't think we had necessarily the best team for to fight like a horde of, you know, if you had like, what's his name, you know, Rex could have probably dealt with them a bit better with his shotgun or something, but the force pushes and all that were pretty decent, I think. That's very bright. Oh, Jesus. What the hell is that? I don't know if it's supposed to be just a light or if it's actually an artifact. Let's see. Okay, that seems to be the way forward, one of these two, so I'm gonna go there first. I wish I knew which one was my character. There. Yeah. Nothing there. Are these spoilers? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not reading. Typically, when new people come in, I tend to avoid reading longer messages. Because from experience, I feel like they usually contain spoiler stuff. So I'm just kind of waiting to see any mod activity before reading it. I didn't see guns though, so oh no, there it is. Oh Jesus! Yeah, that was bad. Also, someone blasted that thing next to me, or maybe I blasted it myself, which is really bad. We're kind of burning right now. Hold on. Damages enemies' shields. Their shields are already... I mean, this guy maybe. Let's see. Yeah, please overload that guy. Oh, Jesus! Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm always pressing the wrong button for... I'm always opening the map instead of... Kaiden, please throw. It should be fun. Nice. That accounts for all of the Exogeny survey team. You just murdered them all. They were converted to cybernetic husks by devices similar to those used by the Geth on Eden Prime. How they came to be buried on a frontier world so far from Geth territory is a mystery. I kind of like that sort of, almost, that very much feels like old school RPGs, right? When you get a little text conclusion to your quest and everything. Yeah. You can make some Twitch emotes accessible for followers. Have you thought of making the Dan M Kill emote a follower emote so they can use it 2 for marking spoilers. I don't think it's that bad of an idea, though I do like the fact that it's reserved to subs for one reason, is that typically, not always, but typically subs have a better idea of like the stream culture, and they know when to use the guns a little bit better. I would be worried that if they were accessible to like everyone, followers, it would maybe defeat the purpose if they start being thrown out there for no reason, you know. And, you know, I understand what you mean, and yeah, there will be some upsides, but typically it, you know, it works out. Yeah, you're allowed to post clips. Absolutely, Rob. Everyone's allowed to post clips. We have no bot around here, so yeah. No worries. I want to see that eat again at some point. But yeah, this feels very like Dungeon Master coded. I agree. All right, well, that's it for this mission, I guess. I wonder.
Perimeter clear.
I don't know if crouching actually makes it better. Nah, it doesn't feel like crouching helps with the recoil. It's a proper past tense form of yeet, yeeted, or yote. I don't know. None of them, because you're gonna use real words like an adult. I don't know. Is Kaiden... Is he losing HP? What's the green stuff? Let me use some Medigel.
Patching you up.
The future is now, old man. You're right. That's true. Oh, come on. Decryption skill too low? But... Oh, yeah. Decryption is Garrus. Fuck! I need to come back with Garrus. I wish there was a way to quick swap people. I understand it, you know, this is the old school approach. You have choices and consequences. I do like, but... Sludge canister. Oh. Storm 3 and Avenger 3. Nice. Oh, so much for, Is the mission considered finished? Yeah. Something transformed the researcher into machine cultists, fanatics who worship alien technology and mindlessly attack any and all organic beings. Negotiation was not an option. All the cultists are now dead. See, we had to... That's what I was saying, you know? We had to get the job done. We you know, there was no other option. So we did what we had to do. We're not against... You know, we're not... We'll do what we need to do. When we need to do it. But we'll always try to find a better way if there is one. In this case, it was not. A complete purge was the only option. Alright, I need to come back with Garrus. Though, I mean, I need to come back for the debris at some point anyway, but yeah, let's see. I don't know if it's worth doing. I'll do it for now because I'm just curious enough to figure it out, but at some point maybe I'll stop doing it, or maybe my characters will be strong enough that I won't have to worry. Okay, I can go back now. Do I need to get inside the MAKO to go back maybe? Let's see. Yep, okay. Let's go back out with Garrus. Because like if I could choose where I land, right, this would be so much easier. I love that we're just throwing the MAKO from the ship. Very much hot drop kind of vibe to it. Nothing stopping us from typing Dan M kill. Yeah. Nothing's stopping you from subscribing and supporting the show. Actually, no, many things could be stopping you from doing that. Not the least of which, the economy. Yeah, I was gonna say the budget, yeah. I get it. It's rough. It's a rough time for most people. I very much understand. Oh yeah, what if I boost with all of the boosters at once? Oh. That was less impressive than what I was hoping for. Okay, Garrus, you better be able to open that thing. We came all the way back just for you. This is not gonna be worth it. There's no world in which this is worth it. The ad cut it off? That is the perfect punchline. That is poetic. To a degree that I couldn't have imagined intentionally making. Like that's poetry in motion right there. Yeah, it's just beautiful. Yeah, I don't like point redeems, that's true. Although, your idea is not bad. I'm sure most channels would love that. Okay, we can decrypt it. Let's see how not worth it this was. This was not easy. Oh, okay, hold on. Survivor 3 heavy armor. That's actually pretty good. Banshee 2 assault rifle? This might have been better than I thought. Did I also find a grenade? Yep, sure did. Yeah, I can have a better assault rifle now. Well, actually, hold on. Damage per second's lower, but accuracy is good enough that maybe it's just strictly better. Yeah. Because more accuracy means more shots on target, which pretty big difference. Right. So the funny thing is here, Gibraltar, is that the punchline was that you said, you know, nothing stops us from writing Dan MKL. And what I said is nothing stops you from subscribing and supporting the show. Which, it's funny that this was, you know, you couldn't hear it because you got the ads because you were not subscribed. There's like, you know, layers of irony there. That was pretty cool. Accidentally. But obviously I was just joking. I understand. Not everyone can't really afford subscribing to a bunch of people on Twitch. It's not a very good use of money most of the time. Oh, not really clip turn. It's just a, I don't know, the sort of the theme that I was going for with the channel was kind of like nostalgia, memories, stuff like that, right? Okay, that's doubly funny. It keeps on. That's the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah, just like sort of stuff that evoke memories and. Did you settle on the elephant? Man, that's a long story.
Yes, Commander.
Carry on, Presley.
I've always liked
Yes,
elephants as a sort of like spirit animal. They're slow, they're wise. You know, again, fits with the memory theme and all that. And when I was very young, I got a elephant plushie as my first Christmas gift.
Commander.
When I was 6 months old.
I have to go.
All right, see you.
And yeah, it kind of become sort of a mascot for me over the years. And so when I came back to Twitch, I was thinking about getting elephant-themed emotes. And a friend of the channel gifted me a set of them. And it was supposed to be placeholder at first, and then we got used to them, and now they're kind of part of the whole, you know, part of the thing, so. I love how long this takes every time, like the side look,
Anything you need, Commander?
the very slow turn. Feels very charged.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Cillian on Prime, I guess.
I don't see how.
Yeah.
We were on the scene faster.
I really wish there
We'll talk
were a
another
little
time.
more lines when we do side missions, but I get it. Let me go all the way down. That's funny, clip turn. I like that. Ashley, you can wear heavy armor. Oh, look at that. Those are stats right there. What does it look like? Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty chunky armor. I'm not sure about the color. I don't hate lime color stuff, but this is like a little too close to... It's not lime enough, it's more piss yellow, which I'm not sure about. Looks like something out of Marathon almost, but less cool. Marathon's fucking cool. Nothing really. I need to look into who's got... Okay, Rex. Rex, you, sir, will get extra smash damage. And you will get... Actually, I don't know. Pretty much have the shotgun you need to have. It's khaki from the wrong side of the color wheel. Yeah, it's not great, but oh well. Who's got... Someone had armor plates level 2. She had them. Okay. You will get first aid interface. And a Striker 2 gun. Little less damage, but more accuracy. I like that. Now, Ashley, you get armor plating level 2. Get like full-on massive defense with your heavy armor. I'm great. Okay, you know what? The color's growing on me. It actually almost looks like the yellow and black that I like. I wish it was a little bit more, a little less green, a little bit more yellow. To get a bit more of that cool, you know, like black and yellow vibe that I enjoy. This is a little too close to green-ish. But I don't hate it. It's growing on me already. Successfully Lost, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing today, Successfully Lost? What have you been playing? How has it been going? Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Still dwelling Mass Effect 2? Nice, nice. I am starting to make some progress in Mass Effect 1. We've left the Citadel after almost a week there, and we've done a couple of side quests today. We are about to make our way to the Artemis Tau cluster, where we're supposed to find one Liara T'Soni. So we'll see how that goes, but for now we were doing side quests in the Hades Gamma cluster. Had to kill some survey team that turned into evil husks. It was very sad, but we did it. I'm not sure. I guess Toxic Seal, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, more smash damage. What is Garrus getting? What's up, Raccoon? How are you doing today? Some basic armor plating, I guess? Yeah, why not? Why not? Do we have a new sniper rifle for him? Yeah, Avenger 3. Sounds good. Let's do that. Ashley, anything else?
Commander, you have a minute to talk.
Oh. Not, of course. What about not for a personal chat? Okay. I actually did not expect that we were gonna have a new conversation there. You have a minute to talk. Of course, of course. My door's always open.
I keep an open door policy.
Nice.
If you have any concerns, lay them on me.
All right.
Okay.
I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Vicarian and Rex. With all due respect, Commander, should they have full access to the ship?
Okay, she's making it really hard to defend. She's making it hard to defend. Because they're not Alliance? What do you mean? Because they're aliens. Let's go with what do you mean? Maybe we're just, you know, maybe she's just bad at expressing herself and her feelings. Let's see. What do you mean?
Don't mince words, Chief. What's your concern?
This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems. Engines, sensors, weapons.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I think, you know, let me finish my point before reacting, okay? I think she has a little bit of a point in the sense that we are military, right? This is not like a civilian ship. We're military, and there's ongoing tensions between species. She has a point that maybe having people who could be spies for the Turian or the Krogan, who are known to be war, you know, very war forward species. I understand that it could be a concern in that sense, right? She's actively contributing to those tensions? Sure, sure. I'm just saying. No, listen. That's why I said wait for me to be done with my point. Like, let's say you're, you know, you're a member of the German army and you have like a German ship. Are you gonna let, you know, a North Korean soldier just have free reign around your ship? Probably not, right? Just because of rules and regulations has nothing to do with, you know. I mean, I don't think it matters, Egg. The other way around's fine, right? You can go both ways about it. I just picked examples that came to mind of people who might be at odds on, you know, a political level. Well, that's the thing. Maybe not. The Normandy is a very special ship. So maybe not. Maybe not. You're out of line, you don't trust aliens. I can't confine them. My hands are tied. I can't confine them. I love that this answer implies like, I can't confine them, but I would like to. There's no brig. Yeah. I don't know if I want to. I mean, that's what I mean, right? Obviously, there's some. Ashley is. Listen, Ashley doesn't really get the benefit of the doubt because she had some, you know, opinions already that are a little bit on the line. So this kind of contributes to that same sort of, you know, profile, I guess. That said, I don't, you know, I understand her concerns on like a purely, again, a purely military, from a purely military standpoint, I understand her concerns. I'm not sure they come from an authentic place of like, I'm just concerned about, you know, espionage. There might be something else at play for Ashley, but I think from a purely military espionage standpoint, she is not completely out of line. I think. What's up, Oblivioner? How are you doing today? Well, that's the thing, random NPC. I'm not sure. The way this was all put together was very fast, and it seemed like, you know, it was a, you know, there was basically no recruitment process. We were just like, oh, these people seem to be fighting the same side as us. Let's bring them on board, right? I don't know. I'm not sure I like Ashley. I'm just saying, I'm trying to see all sides of the conversation there. My favorite character so far is Tali. I'm just not completely on board with the, you know, demonization of Ashley so far. In fact, what I will say is I would love to dig further and understand why she feels the way she does, instead of yelling at her that she's out of line. I'm gonna question it, right? I'm gonna try to learn more about her and why she feels the way she does, because I think that's more interesting and potentially leading to, you know, deconstructing a little bit of her preconceived notions about aliens, maybe. You don't trust aliens? Question mark. I think I'm gonna go for that.
You don't trust the Alliance's allies?
I'm not sure I'd call the Council races allies. We, humanity, I mean, have to learn to rely on ourselves.
Go on. Well, this one, we'll let this one slide, Richard, but just for reference in the future, you're not allowed to remind myself of things either. Right? So if I had forgotten about stuff, which in this case I did not, reminders are also off limits. But in this case, yeah, I very much remembered that, sorry. But yeah, I mean, she, you know, she may have reasons to be mistrusting of aliens based on her own experience. I don't think that's an excuse, right? You need to separate things and understand that aliens are not like a monolithic group of, you know, species and people. Even in a single species, there's tons of good people and bad people. And her her negative experience was mostly with the Geth, which, you know, that's a little bit of an... It's a little different. Yo, Solid Snake, thank you for the tier 3 40 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Hope you've been doing good out there. Undercover. Back to your cardboard box, Solid Snake. I'll see you next month. Hopefully. Nah, I appreciate you. Thank you. Solid Snake, you will be remembered. We have to learn to rely on ourselves. We need ally by mistrusting our allies, question mark. Mind your words. It's interesting that Shepard's take here is you can't go like full, you know, it doesn't seem like you can go full space racist, Shepard, by being like, oh yeah, no, I agree, fuck those aliens. The worst you can do is mind your words, which could go both ways. Either it's, you know, have your opinion fine, but not on my ship. Or it could be like, we can't say that stuff out loud, which would be the most controversial way of going about it. The most negative way to go about it, right? Which I'm not sure exactly what angle it's taking, and I'm definitely not going there. That's not the way I'm playing this. Because obviously that's not the way I feel. I think we do need allies. Yeah? Now, questioning her could be an interesting way to approach it. Instead of affirming, like, we need allies, right? Yeah, by mistrusting our allies, question mark?
How do you get from relying on ourselves to mistreating our allies?
I don't mean we should mistreat them, Commander. I just think we should be prepared to go it without them. As noble as the council members seem now, if their backs are against the wall, they'll abandon us.
Yeah, that's pretty cynical. Of course they will. I don't know, Ashley. I'm not, I mean, okay, listen. Hold on. There's a few things here, and I think the problem with Ashley is that she's conflating a lot of things. I think that's her main issue as... I'm saying as a character, but I don't mean that she's poorly written. I mean that's her personal conflict as a character in the way she is supposed to be written. Which is... she's conflating a lot of things. She conflates, you know, the Geth attacking with all the aliens are bad. She's conflating the Turians' first contact war with all the Turians are bad, or they're all in it for themselves, or whatever. She's conflating, you know, the council members might abandon us with, you know, we can't trust any aliens. Like, she's very much... she doesn't see the nuance in all those things very well. Which could be, you know, I don't know how she was raised and, you know, the kind of environment she was in, but... because, like, I don't really trust the council either. I'll say that. I'll be very clear here. I don't trust the council very much either. They took a lot of convincing to listen to us. And it seems like, you know, they finally gave us some sort of power being a Spectre after being pushed almost, you know... I'm not a big fan of the council either. But that has nothing to do with the fact that they're from other species. If they were full of humans, I would trust them even less, most likely. Because I know how bad humans can get. But not necessarily. She is very cynical, though. That's very true. I'm gonna call her out for being cynical. That's probably exactly how I would respond in real life. That was my first sort of instinct when she was talking. It was like, man, she is cynical. Which I can relate with.
You've got a pessimistic view of the universe, Williams.
A pessimist is what an optimist calls a realist. Look, if you're fighting a bear and the only way for you to survive is to sick your dog on it and run, you'll do it. As much as you love your dog, it isn't human. It's not racism, not really. Members of their species will always be more important to them than humans are.
I don't know. Let's approach this one part at a time. Let's say you're out in the woods with your dog and a bear starts chasing you. Do you actually... I don't know. I don't know if you sick your dog to save yourself. I feel like most people would, you know, would do whatever they can to save the dog as well, you know, at the risk of, you know, dying as well, probably. What's very likely to happen is that the dog's gonna try and defend you, and there's not much you can do to stop that. Like, there's plenty of stories of, you know, there's plenty of stories of dogs defending their humans against bears and unfortunately, you know, dying from their wounds and saving the human. Which is very unfortunate, but that's not like the human getting, you know, like sacrificing the dog. It's just what the dogs... some dogs are really protective, right? And you can't stop the dog from protecting you if it really goes for it. But I don't think you would. I mean, at least I don't think I would intentionally sacrifice my dog to save myself. At worst, I think, you know, I would be so panicked that I would just run. And if my dog's not on a leash, like if my dog's on a leash, we both run, right? But if my dog, let's say my dog's not on a leash, I might just run and call for the dog to escape with me. Yeah, I'm not there yet, Naz. I'm just taking the analogy at, you know, I'm just taking the analogy as it is right now. I'm just embracing the analogy scenario and just imagining it. We'll get into the rest of it in a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think at worst, I might just run away and be panicked and try to save my life because fuck, it's a bear. And you know, hope that the dog's gonna follow me, right? I could see myself being paralyzed by fear or panic and you know, if my dog is getting attacked, not necessarily getting in between the dog and the bear, right? I could imagine. I don't know. I've never been in that situation. I would hope to be brave enough to find a way to chase the bear away, you know, taking like a chair and just like hitting the bear in the face and trying to save my dog. But at the same time, I'm trying to be realistic. You know, the panic and fear in that situation, I'm not sure I'd be brave enough to stand in between the dog and the bear, right? That's the kind of stuff you don't know until you know, it would be presumptuous to assume that you would be brave enough to do that. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Ashley would literally sacrifice her dog to save herself. I don't think I would. I think I would run away and I would hope that my dog follows me or runs away faster than me, or as fast at least. Now, this analogy to the side, I don't... To go back to Naz's question about who we are calling the dogs in this scenario, I think Ashley's calling us the dog. In fact, because I think her analogy means that if those aliens need to protect themselves, they'll get rid of us, because that was the initial, that what led to that that's the sort of what she was saying that led to that scenario, which was the council would get, you know, will abandon us if they need to, right? So I think in this scenario, we're the dogs. She thinks the aliens don't care about us, right? Which is her whole point to say, you know, I don't like them. That's why I don't trust them, because I don't think they will, you know, I don't think they care about us. They would abandon us at the first sign of danger. That's the way I'm understanding this whole scenario here. What's up, Anna? How are you doing? I love how I knew exactly what you were talking about when I opened this and I heard the word bear. That's funny. Yeah, I'm sure this is a very interesting conversation in the Mass Effect fandom when it comes to characters. What's up, Sirius Black? How are you doing today? Members of their species will always be more important to them than humans are. So, my issue with this is she's assuming... She's sort of like deflecting the thing by saying the aliens don't think, you know, aren't willing to protect us or care about us, so why should we? Which is kind of deflecting the problem that she's not trusting of them, right? What's really happening is she, you know, she considers humans more important to her than humans are. She's projecting her own thoughts, right? Which I think is one of the issues there. Is she right? Maybe so. I mean, I'm sure there are definitely other aliens that would protect their own before they protected any other species. I get that. But it's interesting that she's deflecting by saying, oh yeah, you know, members of their species will always be important to them than humans are. Well, yeah, but that's exactly what she's saying too, right? So... yeah, but I don't... here's the thing, though. She might be making the point about both, but the way she's phrasing it is very, you know, revelatory. It's very revealing. She's never saying, like, we would abandon them if we needed to, or, you know, they're not important to us. She's really phrasing it, which to me is not accidental. It's written to show how, you know, she's deflecting her own, like projecting her own feelings and deflecting by making it seem like it's the aliens are the problem, not her, right? Which I think is interesting. Well, be careful, Gibraltar. I don't care to know what Google thinks about anything related to the game. This could be a spoiler. But I understand it's the purpose of the conversation. But is this the level of discourse on a single dialogue line often? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. It happens very regularly. Sometimes for things that are not as important as like a major character point. Sometimes it's for like minuscule details that I get hung up on for whatever reason. Yeah. I'm a writer, so I like dissecting narrative stuff. Yeah, what's the best way to put it? What a complex character this Ashley. That's the most polite way I can phrase it right now. Listen, she has her issues. I'm not gonna condemn her as a person completely because she has issues. I'm gonna try to show some empathy, which is something she doesn't do. And hopefully this helps her on her journey. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep questioning it. She needs therapy, yes. I mean, she's literally been through some fucking massive traumatic event at Eden Prime. She definitely needs therapy. She should not be on this ship right now. She should be in a shrink's office on an Alliance base or something. Yeah, I know there's a few books, but I don't know. I'm more interested in just playing the games. Maybe it'll get me interested in reading the books eventually. We'll see. There's so many books that I need to read that have been on my list for years, and I am very much not making much progress. My to read list is getting longer by the year. It's just how it is. Yeah, the ever-growing pile of shame. That's never gonna stop, I don't think. I literally, and I'm not kidding, I have hundreds of books that I haven't read. Hundreds. And I have thousands total. But hundreds of them I haven't read. So, yeah, it's just what it is. Every time I go to a fucking convention or whatever, and I you know, I just come back with dozens of books. There's all my friends that keep releasing books, and I'm buying them, and I'm never reading them, and you know, it is what it is. There's Mass Effect books, yeah, a few I think, yeah. So probably people have been mentioning them. Are you a big sci-fi fan in general? Yes. Yes, very much so. All right, well, okay, how do we get out of this? It's not racism, not really. Member of their species will always be more important to them than humans are. I'm gonna ask, why do you feel that? Because again, she's clearly not getting the therapy she needs. How about we are the therapy she needs? Why do you feel that? Let's keep questioning, right? Why do you feel that?
These seem like deeply held beliefs, Williams. What made you think this way?
My family's defended the Alliance since it was founded. My father, grandfather, great-grandmother, they all picked up a rifle and swore the oath of service. I guess we just tend to think of Earth's interests as our own.
Okay, so like, you know, generational military family, which obviously plays into that sort of thinking, of course. I don't think it's a non-answer. Here's what I think. I don't think that's the core of the problem. But I think that's what she believes. You know, I very much believe she thinks she's answering the question. And I think that's an important distinction. She really believes she's answering the question. It's just, you know, her family's always been defending the planet. She's been in the military. That's all she knows, right? Obviously, it's deeper. There's some deeper stuff we can explore there. But I definitely believe she thinks she's being honest and just, you know, she's expressing what she believes is the truth. Was that the best stash the game could offer you? Yep. That's the best we could get. Hey, listen, that's military version of me. You know, you can't go to the military with this whole thing. It would get in the way of what we have to do. I would be, you know, everyone would fall in love with me and my enemies would be so afraid that there would be not, you know, it would be too easy. We have to give them a chance. I wonder how much I can investigate that. I understand your feelings. You have to work with aliens. Just shut up. That's a great response. Let's see. Yeah, let's learn more about her family. Maybe we'll see a little bit more.
It doesn't sound like you've worked with aliens before.
No, sir. Mainly I've been groundside, part of the surface garrison forces. I did get a rotation on a space station for training. Every Marine a rifleman, every rifleman ZG certified.
She seems to... That's me going out on a limb, but it feels like she has a lot of pride in her service. And I think that part of it is probably the family thing, right? She's making her family proud, her, you know, those that came before her, right? Like there's probably a bit of, you know, I need my grandmother, my grandfather, my parents to be proud of me. I'm also a service person, and you know, that seems to be what she grew up on, right? Probably again plays a role into the whole humans first thing. Just one rotation? Question mark?
That's odd. Your record is spotless and your technical scores are exemplary. You should be serving with the fleet.
Anyway, that's why I haven't served with many aliens, Commander.
She deflected that, didn't she? Oh boy, okay, there's something there. Something happened during her rotation, is what I'm feeling. I don't know if I'm correct there, but it definitely feels like she deflected that question very fast. Military family.
I never knew my family. Grew up an orphan on Earth. Anybody in your family I'd have heard of?
Couldn't say, Commander. So why are you out here? Just trying to get away from Earth?
To see space? Again, I love that we can roleplay as Wheatley from Portal 2. That's... I just want to see space. To serve the Alliance, wouldn't you? For the action. I don't hate that my main motivation at first could have been to see space, and then we got like sort of embroiled in the whole military thing. I think, you know, I think our version of Shepard, which obviously is influenced by the, you know, the what the game wants Shepard to be. You don't have too much freedom with who your character is in this game. Like on a deeper level, right? He is a military man. But I think it's interesting to be able to give it a little bit of our own flair. I think the sort of like explorative nature, I think is something I want to push if I can. So I'm gonna go to sea space.
No. The future of humanity is out here. There's so much we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I still remember my first field exercise on Titan. When we hit mud, the reality hit me. I'm the first person who ever stood here. Then my drill instructor kicked me in the ass. I went face first into the muck. He spent the next 5 minutes chewing me out for gold breaking.
I'm not a military person. I don't know what gold breaking is. I don't know if it's a specific military thing or a Mass Effect thing, but let's figure it out.
Don't tell me you had Gunny Ellison. He's the only one I know who uses that word to describe shirking duty.
Oh lord, you went to the MAKO boot camp too?
Oh boy.
Yeah, Gunny Ellison's still reaming out recruits down there. Kicking ass and using words like inveigle and pusillanimous.
Well, I guess we have some common ground there. Okay. Gunny Ellison was our boot camp instructor, I guess. Both of us. I still don't know what gold breaking is. Does it have anything to do with like cleaning the shitters or something? Like, is that what I'm misunderstanding? Is White Wolf here? Do we have our expert military? Anyway, going back to the initial thing. I understand your feelings. You have to work with aliens or just shut up. I mean, I understand her feelings in the sense that, yeah, I understand her feelings. I understand what she's saying. I don't share those feelings, but I understand them. I don't know if that's the way I want to go, because I'm not sure the game's gonna get that nuance there. So I might just go with you have to work with aliens and just, you know, for now, we're just gonna nip this in the bud and, you know, you have to work with them. Figure it out. And then maybe later we can... Or I can trust the game's writing and see if that goes the way I'm hoping. I'm not sure. No, you know, I'm not gonna... Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with you have to work with aliens. We'll have time to explore more of that later, I'm sure. For now, she just needs to, you know, deal with her emotions, deal with her feelings, work with them. Maybe they'll, you know, maybe by working with them, she'll start opening her eyes, right? This is like the... This is the prison scene in American History X. If you've seen that movie, American History X, when Edward Norton's character is in prison and he has to work with, I don't remember the name of the character. Man, I wish I remembered. I haven't seen that movie in a while. But basically, you know, Edward Norton plays a neo-Nazi in the movie, and he ends up in prison for killing a black guy, and ends up having to work laundry shifts with another black dude that he ends up developing a friendship with, and it sort of opens his eyes to, you know, it sort of faces him with his own prejudice, and it's very interesting. Pretty cool movie. Very good performance by Edward Norton, for sure. Very scary. Alright, I'm gonna go with you have to work with the aliens. I'm feeling good about this one.
Alright. I can see where your concerns are coming from, Williams. But this is a multilateral mission. You're going to have to work with aliens, like it or not.
It won't be a problem, Commander. You say jump, I say how high. You tell me to kiss a Turian, I'll ask which cheek.
Okay, alright. See, we can work with that. We can work with that. She's gonna be fine. What do you mean, what about me? Hold on. Is that in reference of the reference of the kissing? That feels inappropriate. Me saying what about me here feels inappropriate from a superior to a soldier. That's an HR visit, yes. Although I'm a Spectre, right? Like I'm working outside of the rules a little bit. I don't think I can say that. I don't know if I want to say that. Listen, I think she's an attractive lady. Like, you know, she looks good. I'm not sure I'm really on board with her vibe, though. She definitely has issues. Let's observer. How are you doing today? What the fuck, Shepard? What kind of ship are you running over there? The flying spacefaring orgy you're running. I'm not gonna say what about me. That is completely unreasonable. I'm just gonna say good. I'm gonna say good. I think good's a great answer here. I'm happy with the resolution. Good.
I'm glad there won't be a problem.
Anything else you need, Commander?
How are we doing?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Oh yeah, we've been through this before.
I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
Yeah.
Yes, if I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
We never trained.
I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Alright, we've been through this
We'll
before.
talk later, Williams.
Looking forward to it, sir.
Alright, good. I'm glad we had that conversation. I think we cleared out a lot of things. I understand a little bit better what our issues are. Hopefully we get to, you know... Hopefully we get to make some of that less of a problem going forward. What's up, Turin? Garrus.
Commander, how are you?
We've asked that before, right?
Why did you want to be a CSEC officer in the first place?
That's a good question. There were several reasons, I guess.
Such as?
Like what?
Probably the same as most officers.
Oh no, I think that's new.
I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was CSEC, one of the best.
I can't tell if I've read that before or not.
I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big
No, I didn't know
arrest.
that.
He's taking my resignation pretty hard.
Oh shit. I didn't know that. That's new. Okay, so his dad was a big CSEC guy. And he doesn't like that Garrus resigned. Really? Question mark?
He's not impressed that you're going after Sarah?
My father's a CSEC man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at all, he says. He thinks I'm being too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
Oh, that's interesting.
You were asked to be a Spectre?
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate. Me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits. I could have received special training, but my father didn't like it. He despises the Spectres. He hates the idea of someone having unlimited power with no accountability. He wouldn't like you, Commander. No offense.
Okay, so basically very similar to Executor Palin's mindset, right? There's rules, we just play by the rules. I don't like the Spectres very much. I don't think that's really cool that his dad prevented him from potentially being what he wanted to become, right? I feel like Garrus, you know, one of the arcs that I'm detecting potentially here would be Garrus becoming his own person, right? Doing what he wants to become rather than just following whatever was set in front of him. Which seems to be a theme for a lot of characters. Like Ashley, you know, seems to... Maybe there's something there as well, right? Just following her family's footsteps. Maybe there's something more for her, but, you know... And obviously the whole Spectres thing is very much about that, right? Thematically speaking, it's like finding your own way. I think that might be a major theme in the story there. We'll keep that in mind as we move forward. He wouldn't like you, no offense. I see.
I suppose I can understand his concern.
You can, but Saren's not going to play by our rules, CSEC's rules. If you want to nail Saren, you need to send someone who isn't restricted by policies and procedures.
Who said anything about nailing Saren? That seems forward. It's a berry plus bears. How are you doing today? Careful about any potential information about the video game. I don't want to know anything. Yeah, appreciate it, appreciate it. If you want to nail Saren, you need to send someone who is restricted by policies or procedures. I mean, he's not wrong, but doesn't mean we have to be completely reckless, I think. But ultimately, I agree. I think we're fighting an enemy that isn't gonna let us get away with playing by the rules, right? We're gonna have to. I think in this case, I'm gonna have to agree with Garrus.
You're a quick learner, Garrus. We'll beat him at his own game. It's the only way to stop someone like him.
I'm right behind you, Commander.
Which, you know, I don't think that means we're gonna be completely reckless, but I agree on the surface of, yeah, we're gonna have to, you know, probably make some tough decisions and justify the means. Yeah, I mean, to some degree. For me, you know, I'm not too. I think it's about finding the right way to get the job done, not necessarily getting it done at all costs, right? I think you go the extra effort to make sure you're doing it in the right way, which hopefully is ethical and hopefully protects as many people as possible and all that. But, you know, when push comes to shove, if you're back to the wall, at some point, you know, you might not have a choice and have to go for the greater good or whatever you want to call that, right? We're gonna go back to the trolley problem, aren't we? This is another game. It feels like it's a meme on this channel that almost every other game that we play, we end up having a trolley problem conversation. Because it seems like all video games go there eventually. Yeah. And I have a very specific take on the trolley problem that not a lot of people share. And I'm not going to talk about it now. We'll let that come to us one of these days. I'm sure we'll have reasons to talk about it. Yeah. I think this is new as well. While Turians are individuals with personal desires, their instinct is to equate the self with the group and set aside personal desires for the good of all. That seems acceptable. Turians are taught to have a strong sense of personal accountability, the Turian honor that other races find so remarkable. Turians are taught to own every decision they make, good or ill. The worst sin they can make in the eyes of their people is to lie about their own actions. Turians who murder will try to get away with it, but if directly questioned, most will confess the crime. Turians have a strong inclination towards public service and self-sacrifice, so they tend to be poor entrepreneurs. To compensate, they accepted the mercantile Volus as a client race, offering protection in exchange for their fiscal expertise. The Turian military is the center of their society. It is not just an armed force, it is an all-encompassing public works organization. The military police are also the civic police. The fire brigades serve the civilian population as well as the military facilities. The Corps of Engineers build and maintain spaceports, schools, water purification plants, and power stations. The Merchant Marine ensures that all worlds get needed resources. That seems pretty reasonable. I like it. I like the, you know, sense of accountability that they have. I like that. Military doctrine. Let's see. Military doctrine. Although they lack the brutality of the Krogan, the skill of the Asari, and the virtuosity of the humans, the Turian military has formidable discipline. Officers and NCOs are lifers with years of field experience. Enlisted personnel are thoroughly trained and stay calm under fire. Turian units don't break. Even if their entire line collapses, they fall back in order, setting ambushes as they go. A popular saying holds, you will only see a Turian's back once he's dead. Boot camp begins on the 15th birthday. Oh my god, that's early. Soldiers receive a year of training before being assigned to a field unit. Officers train for even longer. Most serve until the age of 30, at which point they become part of the reserves. Even if they suffer injuries preventing frontline service, most do support work behind the lines. Biotics are uncommon. While admired for their exacting skills, biotics motives are not always fully trusted by the common soldier. The Turians prefer to assign their biotics to specialist teams called cabals. Okay? Command and control is decentralized and flexible. Individual squads can call for artillery and air support. They make extensive use of combat drones for light duties and practice combined arms. Infantry operates with armor, supported by overhead gunships. Strategically, they are methodical and patient and dislike risky operations. Tradition is important. Each legion has a full-time staff of historians who chronicle its battle honors in details. The oldest have records dating back to the Turian Iron Age. If a legion is destroyed in battle, it is reconstituted rather than replaced. That's actually kind of weird. I like it. I like the idea of having historians that follow legions to get like precise chronicle of everything that happens. I wonder how much of that is true though. I wonder how much, you know, historians might try to embellish the story to make the Turians look better or whatever. Maybe their honor prevents them from doing that. I don't know. Because, you know, of the personal accountability thing, right? Interesting. I'm hoping to know more about that in time. The Turians recruit auxiliary units from conquered or absorbed minor races. Auxiliaries are generally light infantry or armored cavalry units that screen and support the main Turian formations. At the conclusion of their service in the auxiliaries, recruits are granted Turian citizenship. So they are open to having like other races join them. That's very interesting. That already defeats some of Ashley's preconceived notions about aliens, doesn't it? They will literally have other races, species involved in their military. Well, yes, Ashley has some things to learn about the Turians.
So, we've got Saren on the run.
That we do.
It won't be long now. Saren's good, but I'm better.
Good? He's rotten. To the core. I could tell as soon as I met him.
You knew Saren?
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I would have if I thought it was important.
Okay, I'm noticing something that I haven't noticed until just now for whatever reason. Sometimes it feels like what Shepard's actually saying comes after what the line says. Here it sounded like, you knew Saren? Why didn't you tell me this, right? It feels like the line that you pick is something that's implied that the character will say, and then they'll say more. At least here, it definitely looked like that. I wonder if that's actually how they've written it. I would if I thought that was important. I mean, it feels important. Literally a person we're chasing, but... Anyway, keep talking, Rex.
I'll decide what's important. Now tell me how you know Saren.
This was a while ago. A bunch of mercs were bragging about a job out near the edges of the Terminus systems. They said it paid well and the boss was never around to ride them. They said he was looking for more men, too. So I checked it out.
Saren recruited you?
I didn't know Saren was openly recruiting mercs.
It wasn't that open, and he only showed his face once. We'd been raiding ships in the area for months when we took out this massive cargo freighter. Our biggest haul yet. I was on board checking bodies for valuables, looking for some extra credits. That's when I saw him.
Okay, hear me out, chat. I don't want to blindly defend Ashley. But going back to what she was saying about, you know, are we sure we can trust all the people we have on our ship? We didn't even know Rex worked for Saren in the past. I think, you know, I think this should be a little bit of an alarm bell and being like, well, you know, maybe we should learn more about our crew before fully trusting them. What if he's still working for Saren and he's trying to pretend he's not? Could be. What was he doing? I love that we can just interrupt the conversation there. Goodbye. No, what was he doing?
What did Saren want with the ship?
I don't know what he wanted. He was just moving through the ship, watching. A couple of the mercs called him by name, but he never spoke to them. Never spoke to anyone. I had a really bad feeling about him, so I got the hell out.
Okay.
Didn't even wait to get paid.
Okay.
What kind of cargo was the freighter carrying? What was Saren after?
I don't know. All I saw on that ship was food and medical supplies. There were some basic weapons, but nothing big. If there was anything of value on that ship, I didn't see it. That's why I didn't mention it sooner.
Okay. Still feels like it's something that you could have brought up, but...
Whose ship was it?
It was a Volus trading vessel. Big one. Lots of guards. But they were no match for us.
Okay, that's it?
That's the only time you saw him?
Yeah. Didn't even know who he was. Still wouldn't if I hadn't joined up with you. But my instincts were right. Every other merc on that mission turned up dead within a week.
Oh shit.
Every damn one.
He got away with it, huh? Good for him that he escaped before that, I guess. Okay. Well, you know, assuming he's being truthful, that makes me a bit more trusting of him.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
We gotta do it. I'm sorry.
Shepard.
Rex.
At least once. Okay, we talked to... We haven't seen Tali in a while.
Something I can do for you, Commander.
Carry on, Adam.
We've been over this.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Anything new, Tally?
Oh, hello, Shepard.
Oh. Yeah, she sounds down. What's up? Like, I need this. This is crazy. Dude, you can be a real asshole in this game. You sound down.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Your ship is amazing, and your crew's been really great to me, especially your chief engineer. But I just sort of feel out of place. The Normandy runs so smooth, it feels like we're not even moving. And the engines are so quiet. How do you sleep at night?
She's used to more noise, because her Quarian ships are probably not as, you know, high-tech as ours, so it probably is a lot more noisy. That's so cute. It's too quiet to sleep.
The silence wakes you up?
Back on the flotilla, the last thing you want to hear is silence. It means an engine's died or an air filter shut down.
That's fair.
I guess you don't have to worry about that here. But old habits die hard.
Aw. Poor Tally.
It's more than just the silence. This ship feels so empty. It's like half the crew is missing.
Yeah.
Back home, I couldn't wait to go on my pilgrimage. I couldn't wait to get away from the crowds. Now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them.
Yeah, she's used to ships being full to the brim, of course. How does she eat? We don't know. I mean, I don't know, so nobody can answer that. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe a sort of like tube system or something? I don't know. Maybe we'll learn about it one day. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm the same. I love having background noises. I fall asleep with like YouTube videos or something all the time. Back home, I couldn't wait to go on my pilgrimage. I couldn't wait to get away from the crowds. Now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them. You're homesick. Maybe that's the point. Yeah, maybe that's the point. Part of the pilgrimage could be to make the Quarians realize that, you know, they miss home. But yeah, she's homesick. You're homesick. I'm gonna go with maybe that's the point. I like that.
Sounds like the pilgrimage isn't just about finding resources for the fleet. Maybe it's about teaching you to appreciate your people and culture.
Yeah, I like that.
You're probably right. We Quarians spend our whole lives traveling. But really, we never leave home. The pilgrimage has given me a whole new perspective on our culture. You know, there's always a few who go on their pilgrimages and never return. I always assumed something bad happened to them. But maybe they just wanted a different life.
That's an interesting thought, right? Like a Quarian going on a pilgrimage and never returning. That's an interesting thought. I like that. Yeah, Eric. You go out of your way to go all the way down to the engine room to find her, and then it's like, oh, I don't want to talk to you. But you're going back, right? Question mark? Yeah, let's ask about her.
You do plan to return to the migrant fleet, right?
I could never abandon my people, Shepard. I will go back eventually. But we have to stop Saren first. Otherwise, I might not have a home to go back to.
Saren. I love Tali. She's great. She remains, after this round of conversations, she remains my favorite character. I like Rex too, though. I think Rex... I do think Rex is an interesting character. He seems like he has so much... Like, Rex is funny in the sense that it doesn't look like he's hiding anything from you, but he has so much stuff that he's just not saying because he doesn't think that's important to say, right? He's like, oh yeah, no, I don't mind talking about it. I wasn't hiding it. It's just, you know, I didn't see the point of mentioning it. And he seems like he has a ton of stuff like that about his people, his culture, his life. And I think that makes him a very interesting character. He feels very, like, centered and confident and, you know, I like that. I like characters like that. And Tali is just, it's the wonder. Everything is so, like, she has that sense of wonder about everything, which I think makes her super interesting. So far, those two are my favorite characters, with Tali being slightly above. Yeah, that stuff we've been over. Yep, so, yeah, goodbye.
I should go.
See you later.
Very nice. Alright, I think that's about it for our rounds of conversation. Now I need to, I didn't expect, because we didn't make any progress in the main story, so I didn't expect we'd actually have conversations.
Looking for supplies?
Not right now.
No, actually I'm good.
No problem. Keep checking back.
I don't want to see if Dr. Chakwas has anything to say. Hold on. Oh yeah. Is there anything in my room? Doesn't look like it. Nope. It's weird that Kaiden's kind of the only one that didn't have anything to say. This animation is so long every time. Just like the eye contact is...
Commander?
The eye contact is intense.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at.
I've wasted enough of your time for now.
Yeah, no, there's...
We'll talk another time.
Kaiden does not want to talk to me. I don't know. What about Dr. Chakwas?
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
No, anything.
I should go.
Nothing new.
Goodbye, Commander.
Okay. Alright, back to the bridge. Oh, I need to talk to Joker. I need to see if Joker has anything new to say. I love that. Always one of my favorite part in RPG, like classic RPGs, is just talking to the crew.
Commander, something you need?
Nothing new, I don't think. I just want to talk.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did it back. You want
No. We've been
top of
through
my
this
class
before.
in flight school. I earned that. All those commendations in my file.
What are you talking?
Okay. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance.
I have to go.
All right,
We've been through this one before. It's not a dynamic conversation. It just goes back to the old stuff. Fair enough. Which mission was the last one you did? It was a side mission to help the missing survey team in the Hades Gamma cluster. We basically just left the Citadel. And our first main mission I want to go is go after Liara Tassoni, an Asari archaeologist. Because I want to get there before Saren finds her. And on our way there, we've stopped in the Hades Gamma cluster and we did hostage and missing survey team. About it. Everything else is just Citadel stuff. We basically just left the Citadel today. So, we just started exploring space. Whole lot of side missions still to do. I made Joker mad again, I know. Alright, let's see. Okay, we have one more thing here that we'll need to come back for, but overall we're good, so I can delete this. The next mission was the missing Marines that I wanted to do on the... I think that's the note I took, was the Artemis Tau cluster. Which is there. And, oh god, I don't remember. Hold on, was it Knossos? No, hold on. I mean, we have to explore everything, but I just want to... Hold on. I wish there was a way to access the journal from the map. Go to the Sparta system in the Artemis Tau cluster and look for the recon team. Okay. Sparta system. And this one is somewhere in the Artemis Tau cluster. Okay, it's pretty vague. So we'll have to search for her. We don't know exactly where she's gonna be. Okay, well, let's do the missing Marines first. Sparta system. Travel to another system? Yes. Love it. Okay, we have a bunch of planets. We'll have to start from the outside and work our way in, same way we do all the time. And survey all those planets. Looks good. Love the star. There's like little asteroid belts too. Very cool. All right, finding the missing Marines. Ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a story for tomorrow. We're already way past my usual ending time. About 40 minutes later. You guys got a long stream today. Unintentional. I was so involved with the conversations with the characters. I couldn't stop. Say 50 already. Yeah. This is gonna go into the hundreds for sure. All right. Good stuff. All right, everybody. Thank you so very much for hanging out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Yeah, another Mass Effect. We made very little progress on the main story once again, but interesting quest. We're getting to learn our crew a little bit better, you know. Learning about the systems and how the game works. It's been fun. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Mass Effect. We're gonna find those missing Marines, and then we're gonna go try to find that archaeologist before Saren gets to her. Yeah, make sure to follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. And if you want to join the Discord, if you want to know exactly when I'm going live every day. My schedule, I tend to be a little bit late. You know, I usually go live between 7:30 my time. So there's like a half hour sort of, you know, range there where I could go live at any point. So you typically want to be on Discord to get the exact notifications of when I'm going live. You can trust Twitch for that. And yeah, no, thank you everyone for enjoying the game with me. It's been a blast. I can't wait to learn more delicious lore and meet more amazing characters. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.